welcome all to the formal meeting today. At this point, I ask we all stand for the invocation by Lewis Jones.
Bow our heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we know that you are always near us and beside us in all that we do. We ask that you be with us this evening as we consider the affairs of this, our great city. Guide us and direct us in the decisions that we make, that we may be fair and equitable in all that we do. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Madam Clerk, could we do the roll call?
Sorry. Mayor, all present excluding Ms. Abbott, who is home ill.
All righty. Okay, at this point, I'm asked for the approval of the minutes of the special session of March 8, 2021, the special session of March 9th, 2021, and the informal and formal sessions of March 16, 20, and 21. Do I have a motion?
So moved. That we approve all the minutes listed.
Okay. All righty.
I'll take that as a motion in a second. Thank you.
Yep, motion in a second.
Councilmember Bellucci,
I vote aye with an abstention on March 16th on the basis that I was not present.
thank you. Councilmember Henley,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss,
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse, Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood, Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, you've approved the minutes except for Mr. Bellucci's abstention, which will be 9 to 0 for the March 16th.
Okay, at this point, I am privileged to read
Mayor, we need to certify the closed session.
Oh,
We didn't do
okay.
that yet.
Okay, motion to certify the closed session. We have a motion and a second.
I'll take, okay. Councilmember Berlucci,
Aye.
Councilmember Henley,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss,
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse, Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood, Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, you've certified the closed session to be in accordance with the motion to recess.
Okay, thank you. I am honored now to read a proclamation for the Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And is Michelle Ellis Young and Eric Midget in the audience, perchance? Hey, please come on up to the podium. Good afternoon and welcome. Whereas the City of Virginia Beach is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting in the City of Virginia Beach, and whereas a sufficient blood supply is a public safety issue, both locally and nationally, and our hospitals and medical centers need a readily available supply for our residents and visitors. Whereas one blood donation can help up to 3 patients, and although an estimated 38% of the U.S. population is eligible to donate blood, less than 10% do. And whereas blood transfusions help provide a life-saving treatment for patients with sickle cell disease, the most common genetic blood disease in the USA, condition that occurs in 1 in 365 Black or African American births. And whereas the City of Virginia Beach is home to several committed public service and private organizations working to raise awareness about the importance of blood donation as a way to support the sickle cell community. Therefore, I, Robert M. Dyer, Mayor of Virginia Beach, Virginia, do hereby proclaim April 2021 Can't Wait Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you, okay. I'll tell you, will you be so kind to say a few words and a little bit about your mission that you and Eric do together that is so valuable?
Certainly. Good evening, I should say, everyone. I am Michelle Ellis Young, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the American Red Cross of Coastal Virginia. Our mission is very simple: to alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies through the power of our volunteers and the generosity of our donors. Many people don't know, here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, this territory provides almost 46% of the Commonwealth's blood supply. Unfortunately, COVID has greatly impacted the blood supply, but it has devastated the blood supply of our diverse donors. Those donors, on average, only make up about 6% of the national blood supply. We've seen that dwindle down to about 2.3% since COVID. And our goal is very simple. It is to speak for the voiceless, those that are disenfranchised, impacted by health disparities, and simply standing in the gap for them, those that are hanging on to their lives and those that we're losing every single day because diverse blood is not available. So our call to action is simply this: if you're not a registered blood donor, please consider being one. And if you are a person of color, we need you to save lives. And so we hope, through the work of the American Red Cross and the Sickle Cell Association, that individuals like you will hear the plea that blood is a necessity every single day, because every 2 seconds, someone somewhere needs blood.
And thank you so much for your magnificent organization that does so much for so many. You know, once again, the strength of our community are the people of our community. And you really supply a much-needed life-saving thing. And let me say, I'll be down to see you this week.
All right,
okay?
we appreciate that.
You got it. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, Madam Clerk, could you read the instructions?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we have both in-person speakers and speakers participating via WebEx. To minimize risk due to COVID-19 pandemic, limited seating will be available in Suite 5, with overflow seating available in Suite 4, where the meeting will be broadcast via WebEx. In-person speakers will be required to follow physical distancing and safety protocols, including wearing a mask while in the convention center. For ordinances resolutions, I will recognize in-person speakers first in the order which they're registered. After all in-person speakers have been called, I will then recognize the speakers participating via WebEx. For planning items, I will recognize the applicant or their representative first, whether they are in person or participating via WebEx. All those speakers will be recognized as previously stated. Speakers participating via WebEx, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and the possibility of echoing. It is important that once recognized, please wait 2 to 3 seconds to begin your comments to ensure council hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself, and please do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only one feed is open at a time to minimize the echo, and as such, you will be unable to hear a response. Again, speakers will be recognized in the order which they registered. Please note if the speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, I will move on to the next registered speaker. Mayor and members of council, are there any questions about the process?
Any questions?
Thank you. I'll turn the meeting over to Mayor Dyer to read the speaker rules and then begin moving through the published agenda.
Okay, thank you. I want to remind everyone that the City Council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal portion of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by council at the time you are called. When speakers are called on each item, the clerk will call for those individuals who have signed up to speak. After those have signed up to speak have spoken, the chair will ask if there are any other persons who wish to speak on the item at hand. Those speakers will be allowed to speak and will be asked to give their name, address, and telephone number for the clerk to record. We have several items with only one speaker signed up. As such, the city clerk will call the speaker and identify each item they have registered on. The speaker will receive 3 minutes to comment on each item. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items that they have signed up to address. Finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil to their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and ensure that all viewpoints from all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for us to strive for civility and respect. Thank you. Okay, at this point,
You need to do the public hearing first.
okay. The public hearing, yes, okay. We're going to have a public hearing on the cafe franchise agreement, Criollo's Incorporated, Criollo's Latin Food at 2006 Atlantic Avenue, Ray Sidewalk Cafe.
We have one speaker, Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm in opposition. This was an add-on after the fact. There's too many cafes, too many ABC license. It's a giant watering hole, and there's other things that are done at the oceanfront that are a reason for a lot of the crime that we have. But before I start, in case my 3 minutes are up, when Mr. Jones did the invocation, I think it's really important that we have a moment of silence for the police officers throughout the country that are being killed and say thank you to the ones that are here. This is a holiday. Some of them might want to go to some of the funerals, but they can't because they have to work on a holiday. So I just want to let them know that they're appreciated. There's good and bad in every single person of every color, job, etc. So the beach is not family-oriented. I would like for someone, Mr. Dehaney was really polite tonight. I greatly appreciate his good manners. I'd like to know how many ABC licenses have been given out. I know that we subsidize the brewery industry up to $30,000, and now they have events there. They've never had a restaurant license. So when you have a watering hole every other building practically, plus the 7-Eleven and new ABC stores, you're going to draw a certain type of people if you don't have family entertainment. So I oppose these. They take over the sidewalk, the parking lot. They stop on Atlantic Avenue, Pacific. Yeah, our law enforcement is understaffed. I listened today. I've been aware for a long time. I'll say the other comments later, but I'm definitely in opposition, and this was an add-on. This lack of due process, having the meeting in conjunction with the COVID, they shouldn't be on a Tuesday because they take up too much parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
That's all the speakers, sir, for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wood, consent?
We have
One speaker?
one,
Okay,
Ms. Messner has signed up on multiple items.
okay.
Ms. Messner, if you would like to come back up to the lectern, I can let you know, I can give you the items that's going to be considered for consent for you to speak.
Okay, are these going to be,
This is for ordinances and resolutions, 2 through 6.
wait, I'm still asking a question. So this isn't planning, this is just.
Ma'am, this is ordinances and resolutions. I'm trying to give you the information, 2 through 6 and number 9.
Wait a minute. I need to get my notes out. So which ones are you pulling?
No, ma'am, the ones that you're speaking on now are 2 through 6 and number 9. These are going to be considered for consent, and then we'll move to the planning consent items.
Okay, 2 2 and 6 are the only ones I can speak on?
2 through 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9.
Yeah, I got your rude email, thank you. And Mr. Stiles also, thank you. I may seem a little abrupt, it's because, you know, I don't appreciate a lot of the things that go on here. Okay, so 2. Two is the cafe. And I drive around the city, I see a lot. There are huge, the sidewalks are being used for construction. The cafes, people are allowed to stop and go inside and leave their car and park on Atlantic. You have some parking turned on, some not, like Smart Mouth, who's been subsidized 3 times. The parking on that street, those meters aren't back on, but they're on other streets. So, you know, I'm opposed to the cafe, the ABC license. If we want to curb some of the violence, you could curb some of the hours and some of the locations. Even souvenir shops are allowed to sell beer and wine in the grocery stores. It's saturated. In Florida, you know, they have curfews. And they've done a pretty good job. Plus, the alcohol lobby that funds a lot of candidates. And I think some of the people who've been, you know, funded by the hotel motel, who basically runs the city, you appoint yourselves and you appoint the RAC, B.J. Bauman. When they come, they should say, we have a conflict. We're appointed by council to make decisions for Air Resort. The entire city needs to be protected, and there needs to be parking for everyone. People are allowed to, well, anyway, it used to be against the law to have open containers and drink in public, and, you know, there's hardly anything for children. You focus on the breweries. Okay. Okay, 2.
Okay, number 3.
I'm just turning the page, thank you, Mr. Dyer. You want to amend the code for disabled vets' personal property tax exemption. All disabled vets don't need exemptions. Some people are very wealthy, but the problem is you tax everyone else. We don't need personal property tax. You tax our food, our water, utilities, gas, alcohol, Cox Cable. You're in charge of the franchise if we have problems with Cox Cable. So I'm opposed to tax exemptions. We're $3 billion in debt. And a lot of our money is going to the Virginia Beach Economic Development Authority, which incurs debt for you, and to very wealthy corporations, including global ones. So, yeah, and some of our tax dollars, including certain people who are, you know, supposed to be financially looking out for us, have donated money to CHKD, United Way, Centera. Centera's a nonprofit. Okay, 3, 4. Independent audit. I'm going to spend almost $200,000 for an independent audit. We have an auditor. And if there's something wrong with the finance, I think all of you should be paying attention. I don't remember the last audit, but I do know that the auditor was involved in the fundraising for the tragedy fund, and now we have another tragedy fund. And where is all this money going? But Economic Development Authority doesn't have a great track record. They have debt. They have debt. The convention center we're in was $200,000 back in 2002, and part of that money was eminent domain abuse to take the land. For the parking lots over here that are now for the sports center / arena, so I'm not thrilled with the auditing. If you would listen to the people who used to speak and what's been said, you would know why we have debt. Okay, so speaking of Economic Development Authority, I think you need to audit the Sister City Global Foundation and abolish both of them. Y'all travel on air dime all over the world. And some of the private law firms that you hire with air tax money also have locations, including China. I think the city needs to look out for the residents here and bring back free enterprise, which we used to have. Okay, 5, resolution to request Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT, accept corrections to the road inventory for urban maintenance payments. Most people who live here know that our roads are in horrible shape. The guardrails, you know, there's been lawsuits against those. Our roads are horrible. These things should have been taken care of decades ago. Okay, 6, adopt 2021 Housing Choice Voucher Annual Agency Plan and revised administrative plan. Authorize the city manager to execute and submit plans to Department of Urban Housing and Urban Development, HUD. We have the same person, Andy Friedman, that's been in charge of housing. Spent a fortune, almost $30 million for the homeless shelter, which is hardly ever used. And, you know, like I said, you're not looking out, and there's a lot of HUD abuses. Everyone in HUD is not Section 8. And part of it is the mixed use development. Every time it's mixed use, you throw in, you know, retail and all kinds of other things. And Mr. Tower is the beach. You know, he talks about being shareholders, stakeholders. The stakeholders are the taxpayers, not the special interest. Yeah. So I oppose this. You haven't taken care of the homeless. And I think I'm surprised that the audit hasn't been done on the finance and the housing authority. Well, you don't have a housing authority exactly. Okay, so that's 1 through 6.
And then number 9.
Oh, and 9?
Yes, and if you'll just stay there, I'll let you do the planning items as well.
Okay. 7. And this was, I think, 434 pages. Like I said, it's a holiday weekend. A lot of people are out of town. Okay, so 9 is authorize 1.0 FTE grant funded position in the Office of Emergency Management. Reference Support Flood Mitigation Assistance Program. You know, you keep hiring a lot of part-time without benefits, and you want to hire ambassadors again? This is like, I don't know how many times you've done it, back to the 90s. We need full-time people with benefits because this isn't a safe city, and if you want to recruit people to stay here, then you have to have full benefits and not ask them to work overtime. I heard the police chief talking about that. I don't know why all this stuff wasn't known before these people come here. Thank you.
Okay, open a planning hearing.
Ms. Mester, the only items that are on consent for planning are 7, 8, and 11.
Okay. Yeah, this whole thing of pulling things is just very confusing. So you said the only ones you want me to speak on now are
7, 8, and 11.
7, 8, and 11. Okay, and these are short-term rentals. You know, our police and our sheriffs babysit the ocean front. You're not in the business of entertaining. You don't reward bad behavior. You don't give millions to a promoter who lives in other states, who used to live here, you know, to entertain and take over our parking lots and everything. It's horrible. So 7, short-term rental, 304 28th Street, Beach District. People are allowed, I've taken new photos. They're all over the city. It started at the north end years ago. You allow people to pave their entire front yards into parking lots for themselves, or they can sell them. You've taken away parking for locals, and you close the parking lots. I've sent you pictures of the parking lots. It says 165, and you know there's no parking. There's thousands of parking for the short-term rentals. Okay, so yeah, we'd have a lot more money to spend. And speaking of the person who has been given all this money, you know, for the dome, it was the wave, all this stuff. This is where money's going. It's CIP, capital improvement. Capital improvement would be our police, our public safety. Capital improvement would be fixing our infrastructure, which I heard Mr. Moss talking about. You know, that's what he ran on in 2011, but nothing's happened, and hardly any of you have voted against. It's almost 11-0 or an occasional votes against these CIP projects. And we have debt. Has anybody ever heard of a loan? But I don't think we should be giving loans to anyone. You've given a loan to Vanguard Landing, $2.4 million. Where's the interest on that loan? Nothing's been built. They're just paying for rent somewhere, and they're having fundraisers. Where is the audits? Where are the eyes of city council members? Okay, 7, 8. Okay, 8 is the same street, 304 28th Street. We have uncontrolled growth. Almost everything that's built today then is converted into a short-term rental. This one's Unit 113. The other one was Unit 201. And Mr. Tower used to talk about no events. I mean, how are you going to control events? We don't even know, with all the chaos that's been going on, if any of these people, you know, all these large crowds that are here, if they're staying in short-term rentals, Airbnb, anybody, you know, part of the money we gave to the developer or the promoter, which is really the city, your partners, was to advertise for people to turn their homes into purchase Airbnbs, which, you know, you're supposed to call 311, which is a long wait to begin with, and then 311 turns it over to 911. And you're allowing them to purchase parking in their parking garages or anywhere in the city, and you already give, like Armada Hoffler, all their construction crews, there's huge semi-trucks parking on Pacific Avenue. You wonder why there's crashes. People cannot see to pull out. and they get frustrated when they drive around and there's no parking. Okay, and then 11, conditional use permit, short-term rental, 915 Pacific Avenue. If I'm not mistaken, those are teeny little ones with hardly any parking. When you rent, people have company. You know, they go places. There's no place to park. So as Ms. Henley used to say, she wouldn't vote for another single one. Mr. Moss and Mr. Jones used to say the same thing, but are you going to have ambassadors to check on those too? You can't have ambassadors. You need grown-up, qualified people to be eyes and ears of the city, and you can't keep expanding staff to do it when everyone here, in my opinion, has failed to keep the city safe since 1989, when I lived on 24th Street, and I've witnessed, you know, the city hasn't been safe since the mid-90s. Okay, so that's all for right now?
That's it. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move for approval under the consent agenda the following items. Under ordinances and resolutions, item J2, ordinance to grant a franchise agreement to Criollo's Inc., trading as Criollo's Latin Food Cafe at 2006 Atlantic Avenue, Ray Sidewalk Cafe. Item 3, ordinance to amend City Code Section 35-42, Ray Disabled Veteran Personal Property Tax Exemption. Item 4, ordinance to authorize an independent audit of the City of Virginia Beach and Development Authority finances and enter into a contract with Cherry Beckert LLP at an estimated cost of $189,425. Item 5, resolution to request the Virginia Department of Transportation accept corrections to the road inventory for urban maintenance payments. Item 6, ordinance to adopt the 2021 Housing Choice Voucher Annual Agency Plan and Revised Administrative Plan and authorize the city manager to execute and submit the plans to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Item 9, ordinance to authorize one FTE grant-funded position in the Office of Emergency Management, Ray Support Flood Mitigation Assistance Program.
I open the public hearing on planning.
Under planning, item 7, Cynthia Shepard for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 304 28th Street, Unit 201 in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Henley are voting nay. Item 8, Ryan Summers for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 304 28th Street, Unit 113 in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Henley are voting nay. Item 11, Charles K. Bain and Kathy Bain for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 915 Pacific Avenue, Unit A in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Henley are voting nay. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do we have a motion? And now we got a do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Moss. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Berlucci,
Aye.
Councilmember Henley, Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss,
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse, Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood. Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, you've approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood, noting Mr. Moss, Ms. Henley, and Mr. Jones's nay votes.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to ordinances and resolutions to be heard. Item number 1, ordinance to extend the sunset date to April 5th, 2022, Ray residential permit parking in the historic Cavalier Shores neighborhood, deferred from March 2nd, 2021.
First speaker is John David, and after Mr. David will be Robert Woodard.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is John David. I live at 410 48th Street. I'm the current president of the North Virginia Beach Civic League. My comments are representing the Civic League and not myself. The North End Civic League is opposed to an extension of the Cavalier Shores residential parking permit program. We've been opposed to the program since its inception in April of 2019. The program is a program of convenience, not necessity. These individuals have parking behind their houses. The vast majority, some do not, but the vast majority do. The original parking package presented by city staff in 2019 showed this parking clearly, pictorially. These people have their trash picked up behind their homes. You can run a city trash truck down this alley. It's not a small alley. Their trash gets picked up there every week. The letter, which sure you've seen from the Cavalier Shores Civic League president, asked for an extension of a year or indefinitely. Indefinitely belies entitlement. If you were asking simply for an extension, maybe we could think about that. But if you're asking for an indefinitely, now we become used to having public property as our own. It's established a privileged class of people in this neighborhood by giving them exclusive access to city property by an onerous parking restriction. That's just wrong. By nature, I think the council is a benevolent group. Y'all wouldn't be sitting here before me if you weren't a benevolent group. These people bought their homes of their own free will. They knew what they were buying when they bought the homes. They knew the restrictions of the land. If they didn't, shame on them. It's not up to council to take up for the decisions of other people in the city by using taxpayer-owned property to solve that problem. If you also look at that letter from the president of the Cavalier Shores Civic League, she talks about parking from hotel employees and grounds workers on her street. Are these second-class citizens? No, they're not. They're taxpaying citizens of the city of Virginia Beach who should have access to parking on city streets. We all should. Everybody in this room should. Everybody watching this should. What the RPP has done is it's pushed parking into the north end. Parking that was going to be on these streets now occupies streets to the north end. It simply has pushed the problem further north. Parking denies beachgoers and tourists also parking on these streets. I believe Ms. Warren in the workshop mentioned that 75% of the tickets were given to automobiles. How would you like to be going to the beach and get a ticket because you parked on a city street? Their property, taxpayer property. In the north end, we deal with the beachgoers all summer long. We also deal with employees from hotel at the Wyndham. We've dealt with that for quite some time. We've never asked for special privilege.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Robert Woodard, and after Mr. Woodard is John Oliveri.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and Virginia Beach City Council members. My name is Bobby Woodard. I live in Cavalier Shores. And as a resident of Cavalier Shores, I'm here to thank you for your previous support of the Cavalier Shores permit parking program and to ask that you extend this program for an additional 1 year. The parking program, inspired by the construction of the Cavalier complexes, is no less needed now than it was 2 years ago. Not only is the construction ongoing, but there are still hundreds of employees of the Cavalier properties who have nowhere on those properties to park. Prior to the institution of this program, the residents of our 3-block neighborhood, most of whom have only one parking pad in the rear, struggled to park near their homes. This led to daily stress of hoping to be able to unload groceries or children within a reasonable distance to our residents. Unlike the homes north of 45th Street, we are not able to put in driveways in front of our home to alleviate the stress of no parking. Also, this is not about trying to keep tourists and beachgoers off the street. We have had that strain every summer, and we have never complained about that. This is an issue of private business employees who, given no parking accommodation by their employer, overwhelm the neighborhood that happens to be in the vicinity of the workplace. A residential neighborhood became a commercial parking lot. And as written in the successful brief argued in front of the U.S. Supreme Court in 1977, County Board of Arlington versus Rudolph Richards et al., city parking can be regulated. In this case, the County of Arlington stepped in to protect the neighborhoods near the growing commercial area of Crystal City. They instituted parking restrictions, quote, to reduce hazardous traffic conditions, to protect those districts from polluted air, excessive noise, and trash caused by such commercial vehicles, to protect the residents of those districts from unreasonable burdens in gaining access to their residences, to preserve the character of those districts as residential districts, to promote efficiency in the maintenance of those streets in a clean and safe condition, to preserve the value of the property in those districts, and to preserve the safety of children and other pedestrians, and the peace, good order, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the inhabitants, unquote. To summarize, 1, this has never been about creating exclusive parking. It has been about reasonably protecting the integrity of a residential neighborhood from nearby commercial overflow and encroachment. 2, There is historic legal precedent guarding the rights of cities to protect the integrity of these threatened neighborhoods. 3, it is the role of city councils to assess the unique needs of the neighborhoods and come to their defense when that integrity is threatened by commercial interests. Again, thank you for bringing the flexibility of city government to recognize the unique challenges of individual neighborhoods, and thank you for protecting the peace and sanctity of our historic neighborhood.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask a question. If I
Yeah,
may, please.
okay, sir. Mr. Moss.
Is your takeaway from your request that should council be so willing to extend by 1 year, that would be the end of your extensions and we would not be anticipating an additional request?
I think a lot of that depends on what I'm talking about with commercial interests in terms of construction at the Cavalier properties. So I think we're asking for 1 year at this time, but we don't, I think if that keeps going on for 2 more years of constructing the Cavalier, then that would impact that request. I think we're trying to keep commercial parking lot out of a residential neighborhood.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is John Oliveri. And then after Mr. Oliveri will be Barbara Messner.
Hello, Mr. Oliveri.
For those of you who are expecting John Oliveri, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm Vince Oliveri. And I have lived in Virginia Beach since 1973, and I've lived on 43rd Street since 1984, fully 30 years before the redevelopment of the old Cavalier Hotel. Parking has been a hot button issue in this city for many, many years. In 2008, this council passed a resolution to study parking. In 2011, it passed another resolution specifically pointing out that they wanted to protect neighborhoods that were adjoining the resort area from encroachment of parking by employees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that worked in the resort area. In addition, this council has also allowed special restrictions in many, many, many areas around the city, around First Colonial High School, in Croatan Beach, Old Beach Village. So it's not unprecedented for this council to allow parking restrictions. We got here because in 2013, as the new Cavalier project was working its way through the city planning department and council hearings, we sensed that there was not going to be enough parking on their property and that we would have an overflow. At that time, we had no hard data to support it, so everybody said, well, let's just wait and see. 2 of your council members who's sitting here today also work with us to monitor the situation. We had lots of discussions with many of you, and as time went on, it became a reality. We had a problem, and the problem was solved with our residential parking permit program, which is different than the one in Old Beach Village. The reason being is that our problems were different than their problems. So where are we? We have a neighborhood that was platted in 1927. We have a neighborhood that doesn't allow driveways and garages in front. We park off the alleyways in the back. Because it was platted in 1927, and because the city of Virginia Beach didn't pass their first comprehensive zoning ordinance until the early 1970s, there are many non-conforming uses. There are many garage apartments. There are many areas and houses that do not have adequate off-street parking, and they must rely on on-street parking. Not 100%. My house, I have plenty of parking. Others have no parking. So we had a parking program that we've had since 2019. It's been extended each year. Today, I'm here to say nothing has changed. The conditions that required and allowed you guys to give us a parking program are the same. And that's proven by the fact that Mr. David was up here on behalf of the North Virginia Beach Civic League saying that they have the parking problem now. And it shouldn't be a choice between our neighborhood and their neighborhood. Ultimately, there needs to be a permanent solution. We're just trying to get through the construction, which is the worst now. The construction of the Cavalier Hotel, followed by the Cavalier residences, followed by the condominiums, and then followed by the second hotel in the Marriott has,
Thank you very much,
that's it.
Mr.
Well,
Oliveri.
thank you. Hopefully
Good
you
to
got
see
the message. Thanks.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner is Steve Burwell.
Just takes a minute to dry that. Some of us remember the deal, 42 million taxpayer dollars. Will Sessoms, Jim Spohr, everybody celebrated at the Cavalier. It was supposed to be to, where's the camera today? I don't even know, I can't tell anymore. The Cavalier, it was supposed to restore it. It had beautiful rolling grounds. Those grounds were destroyed. Most of the trees were destroyed. The parking, there was shaded parking behind the old Cavalier. The reason people are have started going to the north end and now over here is because you've systematically, since the 90s, systematically removed parking to control crime. How's it working? How's it working? You know, now you're going to have a light rail. So, I mean, most of these people that come, you know from the incident that, you know, some of them didn't live here. But $42 million. Bruce Thompson, Bart Fry, Jordan Construction. You know, why didn't they, when they took away all the parking, there used to be parking for the Galilee Church. There's parking on both sides. But you had to tear down a perfectly nice hotel. So there's 3 hotels, there's condos. Those are going to all be coming up for short-term rentals, I assume. Yeah, you don't protect certain high-end neighborhoods and not protect every neighborhood. The short-term rentals are everywhere. But this, how many people remember all the people that spoke out against Westminster Canterbury expansion? I lived on that side at one time, and I watched. You know, you destroy the environment, and you destroy the beach. We have dirty brown beaches, and you keep replacing palm trees. So it looks like Florida. Yeah, all these people who are complaining, they're all on board. If you look at all their Civic League meetings, they were all on board for the hotel, and 3 floors, hard liquor distillery. You know, the prior owners were really nice. They didn't make money on the hotel on the other side, and they were excellent neighbors, and they allowed people to park in that parking lot that's gone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Burwell, and he's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mesner.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Mayor Dyer and City Council members, thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. I'm Steve Burwell and a 17-year resident of Cavalier Shores. I'd like to thank you for your support with our current short-term parking program that was brought upon us by the construction at the Cavalier. And I do apologize for this sort of thing taking up y'all's important time. It's hard to believe that this construction project's been going on 6 years. Who would have thunk it? Approximately 3 years ago, the City Council had the city parking experts study the actual parking in our neighborhood. Based on the results of this 6-month study, the city suggested a temporary program to include a 3-hour-a-day limit on non-resident parking. The program has worked extremely well. There's parking available in Cavalier Shores for residents, for non-residents for up to 3 hours a day. Daily, we see construction workers, employees of businesses, patrons of the Cavalier, tourists, beachgoers parking in our neighborhood, all within the 3-hour limit. City staff has recommended this program be continued. The RAC has agreed the program should be continued. Also, as reported recently in the Virginia pilot, the developer of the Atlantic project on the south end of the beach looks like will be required by the city to provide to provide parking for their construction workers. Looks like a lesson learned in what's needed when major construction takes place near an older established neighborhood. Thank you for respecting our neighbor to the south and protecting their neighborhood. Please respect the residents of Cavalier Shores in the same way and continue the existing temporary parking program. I guess it's obvious that we did not bring this parking problem upon ourselves. I mean, y'all probably remember seeing my ugly mug down here, those of you who've been here for the last 5 or 6 years. But we do need y'all's continued help. Hopefully the light is at the end of the tunnel and we're about to be finished with this construction. Thank you for your support.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, at this point, do we have a motion? Yeah, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all of the people who appeared here tonight. I would start by saying that I am a resident of Cavalier Shores. I have a letter on file with the clerk's office, as is required to disclose that fact, and I've in that letter stated that I believe I'm able to vote on this matter objectively and in the best interest of the entire city. I think the gentleman that spoke tonight, Dr. Woodard and Mr. Oliveri, Mr. Burwell, said everything I would say. I would just sum up by saying the narrative that we are somehow creating blazing new trails by creating a restricted parking for a particular purpose in our neighborhood is not a trailblazer. There are restricted parking areas in public space and in our city, as there are in every city, because there is no restriction other than the public good for on parking. There's no constitutional right to having all free parking everywhere for everyone all the time. That's simply not the law, nor is it the custom and practice in this country. The other thing I would say is that the emphasis, the statement by Mr. David that we have or seeking exclusive access is obviously wrong. We do not have exclusive access to those spaces. Other people of every type and variety use those spaces every day. And finally, I would say that the North End Civic League, as so far as I know, is the only moving force here. They've opposing this, and they have taken a very aggressive position about it. But I would remind council that the North End Civic League also promoted the Cavalier project itself, and therefore, to the extent that there is fallout from the Cavalier residences having no on-street parking to the enormous impact of building 3 new hotels, many new houses of large, small, and medium size, and now oceanfront condominiums, I think they have to understand that there are some impacts from that, and they're pretty clear, and they've been measured by the city. This is not new. This is an extension. The hotel construction continues apace. There are large cranes. There's a new hotel about to come out of the ground, and it will last beyond the next year. I'm sure it will take more than a year to complete that construction. And as the construction progresses, there tend to be more workers, not fewer, as various trades come in to do the finishing work on the hotel as well. So I appreciate everybody's got parking issues, but I don't think we need to relitigate this particular one, and I move that we approve the extension.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Okay, any other discussion right now? Ms. Wilson?
I spoke with Mr. Tower yesterday and told him, some of my concerns, which isn't a surprise because I talked about it before. I don't think 3 hours is long enough for a family that wants to go to the beach. It's time you park, unload your kids, pack up your dolly or whatever that you're taking down, cross Atlantic Avenue, get to the beach, get settled, and then have to do it all over again to come back within 3 hours, but without getting a ticket. And I think 75% of the cars, 75% of the tickets are for cars. And it does concern me that in the North End, there really isn't parking for beachgoers, and we don't want to build a parking lot down there. And I know no one really wants to. So people have to park on the streets. So I'd ask Mr. Tower if he would consider extending the time from 3 hours or at least till 4 hours, where you can have a decent time to spend on the beach with your family. So he told me at that time, I talked to him yesterday, he didn't have a problem with it. So I would like to ask Mr. Tower if he would accept a friendly amendment to 4 hours.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson did call me, and I expressed reluctance to her to extend it to 4 hours, frankly. I told her that I really, if that was what it was going to take to get this passed, I would obviously support it, but that, number one, I had not heard or observed anyone complaining about the 3-hour time limit, and I felt more comfortable just moving for an extension. But I certainly will accede to the will of council. If the majority of council would rather have 4 hours than 3 hours, I'm not going to complain at all about that. But if she wishes to move that amendment, I won't oppose it, but I frankly don't see the need for it.
Yes, Ms. Wilson.
We don't know, I mean, I think it could be driving more people up to the North End to park because they don't want to get a ticket if they would have some spaces to park there. So I would like to make a substitute motion to extend the time limit from 3 to 4 hours.
I know I seconded the other one, but to get to a consensus with all agree to, I think that's probably the best course of action. But I wouldn't want the people to walk away thinking that it will be easier a year from now. I think at some point we have to get back to normal. I think that's what I've heard from my colleagues as I've chatted.
Okay, discussion, Ms. Ward.
Well, I appreciate Ms. Wilson bringing that up because that's been my concern with it. And I remember meeting with Mr. Oliveri on this a while ago and some other issues up there, and I certainly understand the issue. Just when I look at the documentation that staff's provided, I see a lot of weekend use, and the fact that it's cars, not trucks, makes me a little bit. But I understand also there's still that big hotel under construction, and then I guess the condos on the corner of 42nd and Atlantic, and since Mr. Tower represents Cavalier Shores, I represent the just north of that. So I've got my constituents who are opposed to it. But I think if, based on what Mr. Moss said about the fact that this is, in theory, a one-year extension, provided that things get back to normal, the building is built, then I could support a 4-hour one. But I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about the weekend hours, but just to get to consensus, I could support that.
Okay. Anybody else at this point? Ms. Henley.
Well, I appreciate the compromise because I was struggling. Because I think the reason we did this was because of the construction. And I understand that the building of all that complex there is going to add 1,000 parking spaces when they're finished. So and I'm assuming some of them are ready now. So, I mean, the whole purpose of doing this was to cover the construction. The construction workers would not be parking in that neighborhood. And I think that's the issue. And so it's not an indefinite thing. And we're not trying to shove out the people who would want to park there just to go to the beach. So I appreciate this compromise, and I will support that.
Okay. Anyone else? And just let me say, I appreciate the congeniality and the spirit of compromise right here. I think one of the things we want to avoid that, this is kind of a personal thing that I see when sometimes we read in the paper in editorials about people coming to the beach and getting a ticket and towed and everything. And so I think this is a fair compromise that recognizes, the people concerned. So unless there's other conversation, can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Excuse me, just a matter of point, we're voting on the amendment,
This is the substitute motion to amend to
a substitute motion to make 4 hours.
the 4 hours.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, you have approved the substitute motion. Now we need to make that the main motion and revote.
Okay, at this point, a motion to make this the main motion.
Mark,
Go
can I
ahead.
use the same motion?
You've adopted the substitute
When you-
motion. It is now the motion on the floor. So now you're voting on whether or not to approve the extension, but modifying the term,
Of
a 3-hour
4
parking
hours.
term to 4 hours.
But we don't
So that
need to
is
do-
the motion. This is for final approval.
Final approval, okay, do we have a motion for final
We
approval?
don't need a motion, do we? We don't need an,
Okay, go ahead.
we don't need a new
and call
motion. I
the
just need to do the vote.
roll. Okay,
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, you've approved the application or the ordinance for Cavalier Shores parking program, extending it to 4 hours.
And once again, I compliment the council on their spirit of congeniality. Great substitute. Thank you, Rosemary. Okay, I think we're moving on to item number 7, which was consent for deferral, but I understand we have speakers. And that is an ordinance to authorize temporary encroachments into a portion of the city property known as Sand Broad Inlet at 352 Tuna Lane, located near the rear of 313 Rudy Crescent, removal of existing float and ramp, and maintain a pier, open-sided roof, and boat lift.
Mayor,
May I
this
make
is-
some comments first, since I was asking for deferral? Just to clarify for the people who are going to be speaking and maybe didn't hear what I had to say, I am asking for these 2 applications that have to do with pier extensions down at Sandbridge in those canals, because we have had some questions raised about these, and it caused me to start thinking that maybe we need to look at what we are approving in that area to make sure what we're doing is fair to everyone, and equally treating all the property owners in the same fashion, but at the same time, making certain that we're not gradually doing things that perhaps might be detrimental to the bay and the sensitive area. And I asked the staff if they could look at sort of the cumulative effect of what we have been approving, what has been approved there, and I realized that they didn't have enough time to do that today, and so that's why I'm asking for a 2-week deferral. And I would like for the staff to give us, as I said, the cumulative effect, what has been approved there, and how what their sizes are. And I'm interested in knowing what the standards are that our staff look for in evaluating these encroachments. I see that the Wetlands Board had some suggestion about maybe coming up with a maximum coverage, and maybe that's something that the staff already looks for, or maybe it's a policy that we might need to address. And I also want to know what the staff evaluates as far as the impact on the waterway and the navigation. So I'm just asking for that information to come to us from the staff so that we can look at it and we won't suddenly wake up one day and say, whoops, we made a mistake. we've kind of overdone it in these canals. I think we really need to know what we're approving, and I realized that maybe I had lost sight of that and need that information. So to these two applicants, I say I just wanted to ask for this information. I'm planning to make the motion to defer them both for 2 weeks so that we can get that information and make sure that we are doing something consistently and in the best interest of everyone. Certainly not that I expect to cause them, I know they don't like delays, but I think this is important, and I just wanted to make that comment before they speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henley.
So for number 7, the first speaker is Carl Eason.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, always a pleasure to appear in front of you. Tonight I represent Derek Duford, and he is at 313 Ruddy Crescent. And I have to tell you, Mrs. Henley, I appreciate very much where you come from. You want to make sure that there's consistency, uniformity, and fairness in the applications. And I support that as well. I don't oppose the deferral. I have distributed to you a very informal package showing approximately 26 properties that are impacted, some showing city encroachment, some not. They were taken from GIS maps and from Google Maps, so please don't think you're looking at surveys. But it gives you a good feeling for what's out there and what's in the community. And we see that these kind of covered boat lifts and covered decks are certainly precedential with regard to the grants that have already been issued. I don't want us to lose sight when we're looking for a city encroachment that the environmental considerations have been overlooked. We have the Wetlands Board. We've been 1.5 years in the process doing this residential pier, tearing down dilapidated bulkheads. The old pier has been removed, and he's asking for permission to put a new one in its same place. The channelward extension will be about 8 feet further. And you worry about navigational concerns. Corps of Engineers has already signed off. The coastal wetlands has already looked at it. They've given their approval, and of course VMRC won't sign off until the city does, but Justin Worrell at VMRC also oversees Chest Bay and Wetlands Board, and he's indicated it. So you look at the package. If you have questions, we'll return on the deferral, and I'll be glad to address those at that point, or any questions you might have tonight.
Any questions at all? Okay, thank you, sir.
Just a comment.
yep.
You're right. I want to make sure we're consistent and we're treating everybody the same and fairly, and I appreciate your understanding and
Yes,
your
ma'am.
client's understanding. Thank you.
And I hope what I gave you aids in that understanding.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Robert Simon, if you would like to speak. So Mayor, I'm just going to call everybody that had signed up to
Okay.
speak. We weren't able to get in touch with some folks.
Mr. Simon is the permitting agent on this project. He accompanied me in case there were technical questions. He'll yield his time.
Thank you. Jared Brandywine, I don't believe he was in attendance. I think we got in touch with him. Richard Dyer as well, we were able to get in touch with him. Barbara Messner.
There are certain people that get easy approvals, but, you know, in the past, we've had problems when there used to be 30 or 40 people from neighborhoods come to speak, and you would give 30 to 60 days, not 2 weeks. It's not as if you don't have meetings every single week. There's a lot going on. And I'm not in favor of giving away city land. If they're just replacing something that was already there, why do they need more land? I'm sure most of you remember Chesapeake Colony and having, you know, everybody thought you were going to dredge, and, you know, that turned into a lawsuit. So jet skis, you know, are very noisy. There's a difference between like a pleasure boat and a jet ski, and it will add to the environmental impact. You don't need a study to know that jet skis will add to the environmental impact. And I'm going to use my time to mention, you know, you voted to give add an hour. How about adding an hour to the 2-hour limits on Atlantic Avenue and the 3-hour limits on the meters and the parking lots that are closed? Don't just protect certain neighborhoods and certain people that fund your campaigns and vote for you. So, yes, I'm opposed to the time limit and the fact that there's other things going on. And thank you.
The next speakers are via WebEx is the applicant, Mr. Duford. Duford, if you would like to begin, pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Mayor Dyer, fellow council members, thank you for your time today. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. My name's Derek Duford. I live at 313 Ruddy Crest in Sandbridge. I'm asking for an encroachment into the portion of city property to replace the dock that I had at the same location. Purchased in 2016, I've been working to make improvements to an overgrown and neglected property, and these improvements have drastically improved the views and curb appeal to my neighborhood. You know, I know we're going to hear this again in 2 weeks, so I think maybe there's not much point in me going too much further unless you think there's merit for me to, you know, continue to defend my case in requesting the encroachment.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it?
Well, I have one other speaker.
Okay.
Melanie Boyd is via WebEx as well. Ms. Boyd, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds, and thank you.
Defer until 2 weeks from now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, I move that for items 7 and 8, we defer for 2
Ms.
weeks.
Henley,
We
so
can
I'm
only
sorry.
do one at a time?
Thank
One at a time?
Thank
Okay,
you.
for item 7, I move that we defer for 2 weeks.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, if you can call for the vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Berlucci is stepped out. Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse. Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood. Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 9 to 0, you have deferred this item until April 20th.
Okay, the next item for deferral is number 8, ordinance to authorize temporary encroachments into a portion of city property known as Bass Inlet, located at the rear of 344 Back Bay Crescent. Ray construction and maintain a proposed pier, boat lift, and jet ski floats.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we defer this item for 2 weeks.
Ms. Henley, I'm sorry, we do have one speaker since
Oh,
it wasn't on
pardon me.
consent. I just confirmed with Mr. Simon, he yielded his time, so he doesn't need to speak, but Ms. Messner had signed up as on all items. So Ms. Messner? Sorry.
As stated, 2 weeks for something this serious, if you're worried about environmental impact, and giving people who may want to speak but are out of town. You know, this is Easter vacation. The kids are still out, and some people, you know, traffic's not too bad. There are a lot of people that chose to be out of Virginia Beach for the holiday. So I don't think it's enough time, and I think it would be nice if people, you know, who may have conflicts, you know, state those. So I'm just for more due process and allowing more people to have the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the speakers.
Okay, Mrs. Henley, a motion?
Now do I get to make a motion? I move that we defer item 8 for 2 weeks.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, if we can call for the vote.
Councilmember Berlucci has stepped out. Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse. Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 9 to 0, this application has been deferred to April 20th.
Okay, at this point, we will now move into planning. Item number 1, Marjorie and A.J. Ellis for a conditional use permit, a short-term rental at 5632 Freewell Lane, District 1, Centerville.
The applicant, Marjorie Ellis, is participating via WebEx. Is she on there? Miss Ellis, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, you are unmuted. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Marjorie Ellis, and I am speaking on behalf of my property at 5632 Freewell Lane. First, I'd just like to start off by saying that the reason why we thought about going into this was because it's a great investment that'll bring additional income to our household, as well as it's a great benefit for the city. It's added income to the city just for everything as far as, you know, streets, roads, buildings, just anything that it can go towards to help the city. We also have in place, if of course this gets approved, a great management team that has worked with over 14,000 plus homeowners, over 700 destinations, and has dealt with 2 million guests, so our property would be in great hands. And we also believe that it's just a great opportunity for guests to experience all of Virginia Beach from a resident's point of view, because Virginia Beach has a lot more to offer than just being on the ocean front. And we're located in a great area where, you know, we're easily accessible to the interstate to be able to go to all of the 7 cities as well, and just experience Virginia Beach as a whole. And then briefly, I just kind of wanted to touch on certain concerns that we have heard from the residents. One of them was the devalue of property. I haven't seen any known facts that links the decrease in value with rental properties. I think a lot of people believe that the fact that tenants don't take care of properties, but homeowners do. As we all know, short-term rentals, it is, you know, different people coming to visit that are on vacation. And, you know, I have experience living in different areas where homeowners haven't taken care of the properties and they weren't necessarily tenants. And then as well as our home is in an HOA, so it has to be maintained and properly cared for. We always are having people coming that do the lawn service, that upkeep, the maintenance of the outside, as far as, you know, taking care of the mulch, renewing it, cutting the grass, spraying. So it's always well kept. And of course, at the end of the day, it is a short-term rental, so we would have to make sure that our property was well kept, because nobody wouldn't want to stay somewhere that didn't look good or appealing. And then another one was about FHA won't lend if over a certain rental percentage. I think that has to do just in general with just all rentals, not short-term rentals. And then the last concern that that we've heard was about partying. I know that in the short-term rental that after 10 or 11 o'clock, it's limited of amount of people that you are allowed to have in your home. So I think that would decrease the likelihood of partying. And lastly, you know, as far as partying goes, people here that are homeowners, you know, they have parties as well. We've been here for over 4 years. You know, we've had neighbors that throw parties. So yeah. So thank you for your time. And of course, if we are denied for whatever reason, we would like to know why. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Yes, the next speaker is via WebEx as well. Bernard Haas. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bernd Hase, and I'm the husband of Christiana Hase, the owner of 5628 Freewell Lane in Virginia Beach. I'm speaking to you as a resident and a representative for the Homeowners Association Board of Directors. Our elected president has just recently moved away, and our vice president just had a medical procedure this morning. I'm a previous vice president of the HOA board. We are also the direct neighbors of the property in questions. However, we oppose this short-term rental application for the following reasons. 85% of residents we spoke to oppose this application. We are a small and family-oriented community with only 40 homes situated on a dead-end street, and you have seen that in the pictures. We have young children playing in the streets with their balls and bikes, inflatable jumping castles in summer, and teenagers playing basketball in the street. We chose this neighborhood because of the small size and the non-commercial feel. We are not a transient community with typical move-in, move-out activities of new homeowners or long-term renters. We are concerned that this would change significantly with an Airbnb in our little neighborhood. Most importantly, we are a community of townhomes. As with any such community, townhomes are built in blocks and are right next to each other, sharing outside walls. This is perfectly acceptable for a homeowner in a non-transient neighborhood, but an Airbnb and the associated traffic with unknown and ever-changing people is not acceptable when we are literally on the other side of the wall. Our bedroom, and you've seen it in the pictures, is actually less than 20 feet away from the neighbor's balcony. As a short-term rental and the potential party culture coming with it, we are very concerned about significant disturbances, such as noise, security issues, and more. Further, and I know that Marjorie brought it up, home values will decline since it will become harder to sell. As a result, the city of Virginia Beach will receive less tax revenue through real estate taxes. It will be more difficult for potential buyers to obtain loan approval, compounding the challenge of selling houses. For example, Fannie Mae in September 2016 announced that they will not finance the purchase of property when, and I quote, units are rented by the day. Lastly, one reason we heard was tourism. As a tourist destination, we want our beautiful city to be attractive and have ample accommodation available. But we're not sure what this case has to do with tourism, since our little street couldn't be further away from the beach and is not even close to an entertainment area. As far as we know, this is the first of such applications in our neighborhood, and I urge the council to deny the application and maintain the neighborhood culture. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Additional speaker is Barbara Messner.
Okay. I'm opposed to all the short-term rentals. We either do or don't have a pandemic. People have been coming from, I think there were 2,500 people at the convention center. A lot of these people are here for sports tourism. They're willing to drive anywhere. So we have hotels, and the hotels, you know, they have security on duty. You shouldn't have rentals if you don't have security on duty and have strangers stay in the neighborhood. I'm just disappointed because it's a few token no votes. It's the same thing. You're all liable. You know, people have to call 311. And sometimes there's a long wait for 311. They take overflow for 911. We have serious crime. I just happened to find this. I'm trying to throw out old papers. July 3rd, 2020, Virginia Beach police scaling back foot patrols at the oceanfront. You know, like I said, our police, our sheriffs, they're overworked. You're allowing people to buy passes. Like I said, the construction is a nightmare. People are allowed to park. You voted to let people park commercial vehicles in the neighborhoods. There's school buses. Do you have any idea how unsafe that is when we go to pull out and you can't see? And like where I live in Red Wing, cars are going 40, 50 miles an hour. You're not being responsible to public safety, and you're not being fair. There's a reason that you have problems with retention of city employees. And like like I said, you're all liable if something happens. This is, these are both Centerville. Have you all been out there? Have you talked to all the neighbors, the gentleman that just called? You know, in the parking, you call, you pay 2.4 million for outsourcing the parking meters. They call the police. Then the police have to go and give a ticket because it's illegal to outsource parking tickets. You're creating more problems for the neighbors, and if you need money, you should have been a lot more responsible.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's all the speakers. I can have the applicant, Marjorie Ellis, if you'd like to take 3 minutes for rebuttal. You may begin.
Hi, yes. In reference to, as Byrne was saying, as far as the safety in the neighborhood, we have a local security that is always driving by that comes through the neighborhood. And as well as if you notice that we are actually in the center of an apartment complex. So the idea of it being unsafe because of different people, well, the apartment complex has constantly different people moving in and out every day. That's literally walking distance from all of the townhomes as far as that goes. So I don't think that safety is an issue in that regards. And yes, we are not right directly at the ocean front, but we do have a lot of areas that tourists that do visit may not want to be right directly on the ocean front and want to stay a little bit further out. You know, we have Greenbrier not far from here. We have, you can hop on the interstate and you can go to Waterside, or if you wanted to go to the beach for a little bit and then go down Lynn Haven where the mall is. There's just all so many different attractions in Virginia Beach or in the cities nearby that, you know, staying here would be a great like middle ground to be able to get to those places easily without having to stay at the ocean front if people chose not to, who visit. Thank you.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, Ms. Wooten.
So I want to say thank you to Ms. Ellis for presenting her application, and you know, I understand the need to invest in the business investment side of this. Also, I listened to the member of the Homeowners Association as well and his concerns, and this is a very small knit community. If you look at it, it's about 40 townhomes. It's very compact. There's just really not a lot of room there. And when you look at short-term rentals there, I mean, you have overnight guests, you have activities and things, and it's just really hard to see how, you know, that activity in a short-term rental could, you know, accommodated in that location. So it's you know, it's kind of challenging, but I'm going to have to move to deny this particular application.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to deny. Any conversation? Okay, call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10-0, this application has been denied.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're still going to be in Centerville for a bit here. Number 2, Jamie Diamond Ray conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 3817 Dockery Lane, District 1, Centerville.
The applicant's property manager, Kevin Yates, is participating via WebEx. Mr. Yates, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Hello, thank you for
having me this evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Kevin Yates, representing Jamie Diamond at 3817 Daiquiri Lane for her conditional use permit. We did get support from the neighbors. We submitted multiple letters in approval. The home's on a cul-de-sac, and Miss Diamond has lived there for almost a decade. Is very close with her neighbors, and they were supportive of her being issued her permit. And I do understand and empathize with a lot of residents' concerns around safety and around parties and things like that. I recently, last summer, when first learning about the conditional use process, I started to research and invest in smart home technology that not only do I have a security camera pointed at the driveway to monitor the traffic in and out, but we also have the smart lock on the door that will let us know that if there's a lot of traffic going in and out, and have notifications set up to alert certain people that are looking after the home to follow up on any traffic in there, as well as a thermostat, the smart learning thermostat can even gauge occupancy inside the home. And we have a noise monitoring device as well that we've recently installed. And since we've implemented this technology, it's drastically reduced any noise complaints that we had. And I would be happy to share the process and things with other fellow hosts because I think we all want the same things. We want a peaceful and quiet neighborhood. And for every one complaint that a resident brings to the table, we have 10 times more, as many awesome guests that come into town and visit and are productive tourists in our economy. So I'm asking you today to approve this permit for Miss Diamond, who is actually downsizing out of this home she's lived in for 10 years, has made some improvements to that, and is hoping this is going to be the first step to building a further retirement plan for her down the road. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
So I have a question for the property manager, if he can hear me. I'm looking at the layout of the additional proposed driveway, and then I look at the photo of the front yard. So it appears that you would have to expand the driveway behind the mailbox and a telephone pedestal. And first off, I want to know if that's the question, and then second, if that's the case, what are you doing to make sure that the mailbox and telephone pedestal don't get knocked over? The mailbox would be an inconvenience for you, but the telephone pedestal could knock out phone and internet for your neighbors. So if you could answer that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Yates, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before responding, thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. As far as the telephone poles there in the mailbox, I can certainly meet with the contractor. We have plans to have this installed on the 17th, and I can meet with him and I can follow up with you to resubmit to make sure that we have an appropriate plan to avoid that.
The only other speaker we have is Barbara Messner. Ms. Messner.
Okay, yeah, that's the picture. Those signs, you can't see them very well. I just took pictures of the ones at Croatan. It's further back. That one is, close enough to the street that you can see it. But you have to stop and get out of your car to actually read it. When they started putting that white piece of paper over there and it gets wet, how many of y'all have seen the picture I sent you of the property near the Harris Teeter where all those signs are blown over and they haven't been put back? So I'm opposed for so many reasons. Yeah, that's a small house, and you just don't need strangers. You don't need to turn our entire city into short-term rentals for profit. Did anyone ask You know, how they're going to watch. Who wants to have somebody watching you while you're on vacation? This is the duty of hotels. It's not the duty of, if somebody wants to rent their house, you've mentioned before that you can rent it if you live in it and you're there on the premises. But, yeah, where are the other pictures? Okay. Yeah, it's a residential neighborhood, and you're on top of this problem. You voted to allow commercial vehicles. I just took a picture of this huge truck on Pacific Avenue, this flatbed truck, and some of the garages have construction equipment. I mean, the whole city is ASS backwards, sorry. Your priorities are crazy. Like I said, I oppose this, and a lot of people who, may have wanted to speak are out of town on vacation. So, you're, like I said, I hope you remember, because everyone who votes is on the record for approving this. If anything happens to anybody, you're all liable. But only 2 or 3 of you are voting no.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yates, if you would like to have rebuttal for 3 minutes, you may go ahead and begin. Thank you.
Yes, I would just say we present the security equipment in the homes to our renters. They sign off on that. They agree. They know that safety is a priority, and they want a neighborhood that's going to be safe. And so a lot of them appreciate that. Since the occupancy is a maximum of 6 people, really, I'm going to restrict just to 2 vehicles anyway. And have that in my policies as well, because as the property manager, if there's 3 vehicles there for only 6 guests, that's already a red flag. So I am right there with you on making sure everything is safe and policies and restrictions are in place. But I think with the right process and the right controls in place, everybody wins in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, Ms. Wooten.
So this particular application, I'm inclined to move to approve it. I know that there was a question about the light pole and from Councilmember Wood. I don't know if that's an issue to come back and maybe defer and have them maybe address that at another time, if that's something that would appear to be an issue with putting in that new parking or parking space. Well, I'm going to move to go ahead and approve it.
Okay, motion to approve. Do we have a second? Motion to approve in a second. Mr. Bellucci.
Well, I would like to express my opposition to this application on the basis of this map alone. I think everyone can see that we have a incredible amount, what looks like to me hundreds of single-family homes, residential communities, neighborhoods, and we're going to put this one short-term rental in the middle of this traditional Virginia Beach residential neighborhood. I think it's precedent-setting. I think it's problematic. I think it's disruptive to the neighborhood. We're creating a hole in that neighborhood by not having a family there with young people or retirees. And that precedent will then create multiple other holes, and the next thing you know, we'll have a neighborhood, we'll have a map that looks like Swiss cheese. And for that reason, I can't support this application, and I don't think that this council should be approving short-term rentals in neighborhoods such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellucci. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, and if no other conversation, could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Bellucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Nay.
By a vote of 3 to 7, the motion to approve has failed, so this application is denied.
Okay, moving on to planning number 3, Benjamin A. Bear for conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 2513 Montana Road, District 4, Bayside.
Mr. Abear, the applicant, if you would like to come forward, please. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing me tonight. This house on Morton's Road, 2513, I bought it about a year and a half ago. It was a dilapidated old shack that probably should have been condemned. I put over $300,000 into the residence to actually turn it into, promise you, there's the difference right there. Not only has it made the neighborhood beautiful, but it gives back to the community in the regards that we have 4 restaurants in our neighborhood alone that are frequented by visitors that come to Chicks Beach area. I actually live in the residence as well. I'm the neighbor. I live in 2515. It is a duplex. So security should not be an issue since I will be there all the time. I also have a short-term rental agency running the property that monitors with cameras, security, changing codes. They stop by. I actually see them drive by almost every single day to check on the property and its tenants. It's currently under a, it's being long-term rented, pending this approval process. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the opposition might have tonight, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for that, Mr. Tower?
Yes.
I'm not necessarily the opposition, but I just have a question. Could you tell me
Yes, sir.
what short-term rental agency you're,
It's Tesseract Rentals.
I'm sorry, could you spell that for me?
Tesseract. I believe it's Tessarct.
And do you know anything about their experience level?
I know they operate multiple properties inside this neighborhood alone. I believe they've been around for 2-3 years at least. They charge a little bit higher rate than most short-term rental or property management companies because they do have higher standards as far as who they rent to, security features, and response time to any incidences.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Mr. Jones?
You're the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
Who lives next door to this unit?
I do, sir.
You live there?
Yes, sir.
And do you plan on staying there?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you in the military or anything like that?
I served for 24 years, yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
I served for 24 years.
So you're retired now?
I'm currently disabled, waiting on 2 spinal surgeries.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Sarah Hauk. And after Ms. Hauk will be Barbara Messner.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and Council. My name is Sarah Hauk, and I live on Lauderdale Avenue in Chesapeake Beach. I am representing the Civic League, Chesapeake Beach Civic League tonight. For years now, we have been standing before you, asking you to keep STRs out of our residential neighborhood. This is just another case where a business would be allowed to operate in a residential area. The STR request is on a small but busy street surrounded by single-family homes and duplexes. Many residents travel this road by foot on their way to the beach. This street cannot handle extra vehicles parked there by additional visitors of the STR. And we all know that STRs have a reputation of having more people at that site than just the authorized people. After the February 28th STR shooting event on Ocean View Avenue, our neighborhood has become fearful of all STRs. I'm sure the oceanfront neighbors felt the same way 1 week later when they had a shooting event at an unauthorized STR. It's imperative that no more STRs be allowed in our community, especially now that we have made it clear that we do not want to be an STR overlay. We thank Councilman Jones for supporting us on this important issue. You should have received a letter of opposition in your packet from Cynthia DeGain, a resident from Ocean View Avenue. She said that February 24th shooting on her street was 2 doors down and 3 bullets hit her car. She moved to Chicks Beach because she thought it was a quiet, family-friendly neighborhood. Now she's afraid it will become the next tourist destination. This is exactly how the members of our Civic League and overwhelming majority of our residents feel. Please deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner.
Okay. I really feel bad for the Civic League people who have asked for help. This has been going on since 2015, the short-term rentals. And, you know, Sandbridge, they spoke for years on the problems they were having. It's not as if you don't know that there's problems when strangers rent. Yes, Sandbridge has allowed short-term rentals, but we didn't have crime. We didn't have the crime we have today. We didn't have, okay, and another thing that Ms. Henley used to talk about all the time is the fact, and I'm sure you're aware that the health department, they weren't checking on it. Who goes in to check on the condition of the house before it's rented? Like if it's a hotel, they're supposed to be inspected, and they do have, I mean, I loved her point that we don't need businesses in the neighborhood, and we don't need, I hope that since these are conditional use permits, that you will look at what's going on with these huge trucks all over the neighborhoods and buses. It's dangerous. If children or somebody, you know, running to the bus or something gets hurt because they can't see, or somebody's speeding around one of these trucks, you're all liable. These are obvious investments, and they're already hiring people to watch it for them. They've hired people to babysit dogs. You can have a strange dog that has rabies. You don't even take care of the beach. You know, everything's sports tourism, dog tourism, alcohol tourism. Literally, the state pays for alcohol tours. This isn't a family city anymore. It used to be. You used to be able to fill the hotel rooms. The city didn't advertise until, you know, you started having crime and people started staying away. So, I'd just like to see more people voting no instead of just a few. Thank you.
If the applicant would like to come back to the lectern for a rebuttal, Mr. Abair.
I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me again. In response to the two speakers, if you'll look, and it's part of the package, I have 5 letters of recommendation from all of my neighbors in regards to this STR. I've spoken to my neighbors behind me as well. They're in support of it. Everyone understands that I live at the property, and I'm not the type to allow something to happen next door. In regards to, you know, parking is always a concern with short-term rentals. I have 2 spots for a 2-bedroom place, and it is public parking across the street. I understand that, you know, people are concerned about businesses moving into neighborhoods, and, you know, I myself don't want to see a neighborhood overrun with businesses. Properties in Chicks Beach have notoriously been rented, whether they're long-term, whether they're corporate, or short-term rentals. And That's not going to change in this neighborhood. If short-term rentals cease to be approved, then it's just going to move to corporate rentals. With us being the home of NATO, we constantly have visitors coming in for a month, 2 months, 3 months at a time. And most of those people that come in to visit don't want to stay in a hotel for a month at a time, especially if they've come from a foreign country and they want to enjoy our neighborhoods and our beaches, our public beaches. So a lot of the properties in Chicks Beach alone are rented by NATO personnel for a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year at a time, depending on their contracted time in the States. The property itself, with myself living there, I'm going to rent the other side if it's not approved for a short-term rental, either as corporate rental, month-long rentals, or year-long rentals. So either way, there's going to be a transient populace inside of Chicks Beach, no matter what the council decides here tonight. I do appreciate your time in hearing this, and I understand that when it comes to short-term rental, one size does not fit all, and I know it's a tedious job for you guys to have to hear every one of these, so I appreciate your time, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
May I ask you another question? Why aren't you handling the rental yourself? You live right next door.
Well, a couple reasons. One, with my disability surgeries, once I go in for my first of 2 spinal surgeries, I'm going to be in a neck brace and bedridden for multiple weeks at a time, which won't allow me to manage the property in any sufficient way. 2, with the rental agency companies, there's a set of standards that council has implemented on them for cleanliness, turnover, security, all the measures that the citizens of Chicks Beach and Virginia Beach in general would like to see upheld. So by having a property management company do that, it allows me to be completely hands-off with my injuries for times that I wouldn't be able to be hands-on the property. And then on top of that, their ability to be more stringent with their cleaning, their turnaround times and everything else, including ensuring that you guys get the taxes that it generates. It's just a much more fluid process, and I look at it as a system of checks and balances, because not only am I there to check on the property and speak with the tenants myself, but I have a property management company that verifies and checks them as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, any other speakers? Okay, do we have a motion, Mr. Jones?
Yes, I'm a little torn on this because of who the owner is, to be honest with you. I think I'm somewhat sympathetic with his, the fact that he's a disabled veteran and so forth. But what I do notice in looking at the map is that there's a number of other pending applications right there along the same roadway and so forth in what is now a residential community. And for the same reasons that Mr. Bellucci stated about the one in Centerville that was a problem with him, I have the same issues with this by virtue of the fact that this is still a single-family residential neighborhood for the most part. And I don't really want to participate and being the one who begins turning this into a short-term rental community because it still is a single-family residential community. So I'm going to move to deny the application.
Okay, motion to deny. Do we have a second? Okay, any other discussion? Yes.
And I respect Mr. Jones' motion, and it's a motion I support. But I just want to just highlight the fact that a lot of times, just like the past previous short-term rental, the HOA is a small street. They were majority of the neighbors were against this short-term rental, and I think that weighs a lot in our decisions. But in this particular case, the property owner has both neighbors to his left and to his right and supporters, and the neighbor behind him. And I think that speaks a lot to not just the short-term rental, but the type of neighbor he is. I think if they weren't, quite acquainted or friendly neighbors in the aspect that he was doing something wrong or or not necessarily upkeeping the property, I think the neighbors wouldn't be so supportive of that. And so, again, I know this short-term rental thing, we go back and forth with everything. I understand where Mr. Jones is torn. But I think it's important we don't overlook the fact, at least I don't overlook the fact that he has his neighbor's support, as well as he lives, this is your primary residence, correct? It's a primary residence, so, I mean, here we are, but I definitely understand your position. But with the neighbor support, and this is primary residence, it's something I would support, but Mr. Jones made a motion, it was seconded, and here we are. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody else? Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm torn too. Short-term rentals has always been a tough one for us, and a lot of times we make our decisions based on individual and unique characteristics. And, you know, once again, I understand why you're torn, Lewis, but we have a veteran who's going to be living right there. So maybe there's a lot of unique things about that. And even though he lives right there, he's going to a rental agency to make sure we stay in compliance. And one of the things I've always been torn with the short-term rentals is, you know, if there any way we can give the benefit of the doubt, because Virginia is a property rights state, I know it's a tough one. There are a lot of people out there looking to supplement their incomes, especially retired people. I think we have to judge it on individual cases that come to us. So this may not necessarily be the precedent that it would be for the other ones that we would decide, but I'm favorably predisposed. Okay, are we ready? Okay,
So the motion is to deny.
the motion to deny.
Yes. Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Nay. Thank you. Councilmember Tower?
Nay.
Councilmember Wilson?
Nay.
Councilmember Wooten?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
I am for the applicant.
So the motion is to deny, so your vote is?
Nay.
Thank you. Sorry. So by a vote of 4 to 6, the motion to deny has failed, so the application is approved. No, I'm sorry, we need to have a motion to,
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Okay,
Second.
We have a second? A motion and a second. Okay. Any other discussion on this? Okay, can we move forward?
sorry. Councilmember Berluci?
No.
Councilmember Henley? No. Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Moss? No. Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Aye, thank you. Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 6 to 4, this application has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we're going to talk about number 4, Joseph Lane Donovan for a conditional use permit, short-term rental at 525 13th Street, Units A and B, District 6 Beach.
Mr. Richardson, the attorney for the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Richardson. I'm a local attorney. I represent the applicant in this matter. This property on 13th Street in the Resort District comes before you recommended by staff for approval. It was a close vote. We were turned down at planning 6-4, but there was never a stated reason by any of the planning commissioners as to why we were denied. Commissioner Redmond said, I'm looking for a particular reason this particular short-term rental is objectionable. I have not heard it yet. And my position was also well stated by Commissioner Inman. If we're going to have short-term rentals at all, you would think this particular property would qualify. I mean, that is the way I'm looking at it, and I do not see a good reason to deny it. So we would ask the council to approve this application. My client, Joseph Lane Donovan, has been in the real estate business for 22 years, 20 of which he's been a property manager. He lives less than a mile from the property and will actively manage the short-term rentals in this unit. Some commissioners seem to be disappointed about the color of the driveway in front of the property, but again, my client didn't do that. That was done by the city. As you can see, there's a difference in color, and he's going to add the fourth parking, and all the other conditions mentioned as being required are indeed agreeable to my client. So we would ask that the council look favorably upon our application. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Tower?
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Mr. Richardson, thank you for being here. Mr. Donovan, you say he's been in the property management business for over 20 years.
Yes, sir.
Does he manage any short-term rentals currently?
Yes, sir. He's with Atkinson Realty, and currently, no, sir. When he got out of the property management business, he's only acting as a broker for the last 2 years. He told me he'd stopped doing active property management about 2 years ago. But he did that for 20 years prior with Atkinson, and they have a number of short-term rentals.
So is Atkinson would be going to manage the property, or is he going to manage?
He's going to manage it, Mr. Tower.
And what do you know what his plans are for how he's going to manage it? What platforms he's going to use? How he's going? More detail. Do you know any more details about his plans of managing the property?
No, sir. As far as, you mean what sites he's going to use to advertise the property?
Right.
He told me, I think just the VRBO, that site, Vacation Rental by Owner.
Okay. And this is a question that's come to my mind looking at it when you have a duplex. There are two separate units, or are they?
Yes, sir.
But they are owned together, or they own separately?
They're owned together. He owns the entire structure.
Okay, so the house is not a condo, it's a?
No, sir.
Okay, so I was a little concerned about what if he was selling half of it and that. But I don't have any concerns about this, really. I know there's some objection to it, but it seems to me Mr. Donovan is the kind of person that would be accountable and know what the rules were, and would keep this property up, hopefully even improve it.
He intends to do that, sir. I've represented Lane for many years, and he is very attentive to detail.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Christy Bailey, and after Ms. Bailey will be Barbara Messner.
Good evening,
Hey,
Mr.
welcome.
Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Christy Bailey. I live on 13th Street, adjacent to the property in question. I am vehemently opposed to the short-term lease, and I will outline my reasons. Now, 13th Street is currently a very family-focused street. We are comprised of primarily homeowners and long-term renters. There are older families, younger families, single people, married people, etc. We're truly a great mix of folks. Every day, I see children playing in the yard or walking with their parents or jumping on their trampoline. This is a quiet, family-focused street. I see parents walking their kids to school. I see my neighbors leaving early to start their workday. We know each other. We know 13th Street. Short-term renters do not fit with what we have or with what we're trying to grow in our little community here in the Vibe District. We all work very hard to keep our community well-kept, safe, and a great street to live on. It's what we call home. We know our neighbors. We wave, we say hello. We will not know the short-term renters. Short-term rentals will produce a stream of constant in and out and a bustle of rotating strangers on our little street. There will be a constant rotation of people. No one wants to deal with a constant state of flux and people movement on our quiet little street, not to mention the additional vehicular traffic with all of the children, the dog walkers, in our quiet little area. Short-term renters have no stake in our community and no incentive to care. They are less likely to care about their neighbors, know their neighbors, and they certainly will not care about how they leave things once they depart. Further, I'm definitely concerned about how they will leave things and the potential late-night partying, especially now in this COVID environment. I work from home. I'm there a lot, and I'm worried about what a short-term rental is going to bring into our little neighborhood. I embrace the quiet in our neighborhood. I should not have to stress about a constant influx of short-term personnel potentially partying into the wee hours of the morning. Plus, if the parties are thrown, dealing with parking issues, illegal activity in this quiet, peaceful area. 13th Street does not need this influx of partiers or loud vacationers wanting to let loose on their vacation during a regular work week for most of the 13th Street residents. In summation, I'm concerned about the short-term rental.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner. And after Ms. Messner will be Linda Davis, and she'll be via WebEx.
Mr. Dyer
Yes.
and Mr. Jones, you know, all of you who talk about the military, you know, this has nothing to do with it. We have a lot of people that have physical disabilities. There was a gentleman here and his daughter, and they had oxygen, and they begged you not to put through a project in their neighborhood. There are a lot of people, you don't have to be in the military. It doesn't give you a free pass. It doesn't mean that you're better than anybody else and that you can do what you want for business. And you voted for the one where they have Flotopia? I mean, there's no way that the Shore Drive community should be putting up with that. And Mr. Donovan has worked for, the reason I looked it up, because his name is similar to the name of one of the shooting victims, and I happened to see that not only has he worked for Atkinson Realty, who started the summer-winter, it used to be summer-winter, now it's short-term rentals. They have as many as anybody, including Sandbridge. He makes he sold over $150 million worth of property. So, you know, this is investment. Has it been rented? You're not asking that question. Has it been rented already? And I've asked Mr. Tejan before. It's bad enough with the signs that you can't read, those orange signs with tiny faded print. There should be signs in front of these properties with the phone number 24/7, but I don't think there should be any more approved. They're unending. Can I see the other pictures, please? Okay, yeah, that's, I don't know what the square footage is, but that looks pretty small, and it's close to other homes. And as I said, you can see the paved. I took pictures of all of this just last night. The entire front yard, there is no grass. There is no ability to park in the street because you'll be blocking those cars. So you're letting people take over the neighborhoods so nobody else can come to the beach. The people who have short-term rentals and live in these condos, they get to come to the beach.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
The next speaker
Thank you.
is Linda Davis, and she's via WebEx. Ms. Davis, if you would please pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for having me tonight. I wanted to talk to you about this short-term rental application at 525 13th Street. Prior to the hearing of the Planning Commission regarding this property, quite a few of the neighbors had contacted Planning Commission members to voice their opposition to this application. After listening to all the concerns of the neighbors, the Planning Commission ultimately did vote to recommend denial of this application. This is a duplex property with a total of 4 bedrooms that sits in a neighborhood zoned for single family. Most of the other properties in this part of the neighborhood are owner occupied. The owners are either singles, couples, or small families. Under the current short-term rental ordinance, a 4-bedroom STR would allow up to 12 people to occupy the residence. That is totally inconsistent and incompatible with the makeup of the surrounding neighborhood. There was one previous STR near this property that operated for over a year. The problems with that one were so egregious that it was eventually shut down and the property was sold. It is now an owner-occupied property. The neighbors went through quite a bit with that previous STR, and we dread the possibility of having to deal with those same issues all over again. The bottom line is that a 4-bedroom STR is totally incompatible with the existing neighborhood. The neighbors are opposed to this property becoming a short-term rental. This property is located in a neighborhood that will not be included in the proposed overlay districts, and the Planning Commission has recommended denial of its application. I am asking that the City Council take all of this into consideration and vote to deny this application as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers?
No, sir. Mr. Richardson, if you'd like to come back for rebuttal.
I would only point out, members of council, Mr. Mayor, that the conditions limit this, the occupancy of this duplex to 2 persons per bedroom. So the maximum number of people who could be there at any one time are 8. Also, my client is going to install a Ring doorbell and a decibel meter inside the building to, so if any issues arise, he will be aware of it quickly. And as I say, he lives less than a mile away. So we don't think there's going to be any tremendous issue with security. He's going to address it if there is an issue. He's not an absentee landlord. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm mindful of the Planning Commission's negative vote. I do know it was a 6-4 vote, I believe. But there was some question about the disapproval of this and on what it was based. I've looked at the record. I've also looked up Mr. Donovan. He seems to me to be a responsible person, the type of person that we would want to own short-term rentals. I don't see this neighborhood, while it is excluded from the proposed overlay, I have taken an oath that I'm not going to let that influence my vote because I don't think it's fair to people that have applied under the current conditions. I think this is a responsible owner. It's in a neighborhood with, I can see lots of registered STRs around it. I think he's the kind of person that we want managing these, and I'm going to move for approval.
Okay, a motion for approval. Is there a second? Motion for approval and a second. Mr. Bellucci.
I have a question for Mr. Tahan. Directly adjacent to this applicant and behind, it looks like on 14th Street, you see a red dot indicating a denial of an application. Do you have any recollection of that application?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. Mr. Kevin, do you remember? give us 1 second, we can pull up the,
Sure, that'd be great. And I'd like to I'll just make a quick point while that's happening. I don't either have any specific recollection of the conditions of that denial, but I think it's notable, that there is a denial that's directly adjacent. And the building that's across the street from the application that was denied, is that Cook Elementary School? It is. I don't think that's been mentioned in the discussion either. And I do have some recollection of a conversation of the proximity of Cook Elementary School to the application that we were considering. And don't hold me to that, but I believe there was some discussion about that. When I also look at this map, I see that there are a few, but not a lot, of applications that have been approved in this neighborhood. Most were administratively approved before the CUP process was implemented. So for those reasons, I would like to register my concern with this application. I'm, like Mr. Tower, in full agreement that the applicant appears to have a very, very good plan in place and probably would be a very responsible administrator of the STRs, but that doesn't really in any way diminish the fact that STRs can be, not always, but can be detrimental to the neighborhood where they exist. And so, if you have a chance to get more information about that denial, I'd love to hear it. But I think for the sake of this point, my mind is made up that I'll be opposing this application for the reasons I just explained.
Okay, Ms. Henley.
Well, as a former teacher at Cook Elementary School, that was a very stable neighborhood many years ago when I taught there, and I'm glad to hear that it's still a neighborhood of young families, and I think directly across from the school as this is not the place to put a very transient commercial operation, particularly since that neighborhood has had a bad experience with an STR already. I know this neighborhood, it's been a while since I was there, but I know it very well, and I do not think it's the appropriate place for an STR.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. We ready for the vote?
The motion is to approve. Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 6 to 4, this application has been approved.
Okay, moving on to CESJB LLC, short-term rental at 409 24th and a half Street in the Beach.
Mr. Burdon is the applicant's attorney.
Amanda, he may have left because I told him I was going to move to defer it. Okay.
Not here? Okay. Mr. Tower? We have more speakers? Okay.
Ms. Messner has signed up, and Ms. Parker also has signed up. So, Ms. Messner, if you would come to the lectern, please.
Okay. I was just on this street. 24th Street is also, I appreciate Mr. Berlucci mentioning Cook. I wrote down notes, but it's hard to keep up. This is Virginia Beach Middle School. Like I said, I lived there 10 and a half years, still flooding. 509 24th Street, where I lived, those people, they park in a flooded parking lot even in the summer. And 24th Street has potholes. This is 24th and a half. I need to make a note. I can't help it, but Mr. Tower, you helped elect Mr. Rouse. Y'all are for something in the water, short-term rentals, commercializing our city, and I resent it. I strongly resent it, because if you really cared about the neighborhoods, our police would be patrolling everywhere. They wouldn't be pulled from other neighborhoods, and there would be more neighborhood parks for our children. Mr. Tower has yet to respond since he was elected to any of my emails. Yeah, half is an alleyway. Can I see that again, please? It is so run down, this neighborhood, you know. You can't have people parking in alleyways, especially now that you're letting trucks. As I've mentioned before, the firemen, they can't even get through to some of the fires. There was, you know, there's so much going on at the beach. They're just nonstop calls, and, you know, traffic's horrible. So, yeah, conditional use permit, short-term rental, and, you know, these overlays, that's just an excuse to restrict parking. There is no parking for people. It's further and further back. So, you know, like I said, it's never ending. When is it going to end? When are we going to have neighborhoods? When are we going to have homes that go for sale that somebody who's a multimillionaire working for Atkinson all these years is buying properties to manage for himself? You know, what is enough for people? Yes, I oppose, and like I said, how many of you have driven on 24th Street and seen the potholes? You can't even see them at night.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Parker.
Welcome, Nancy. God bless you.
Oh, Gesundheit. Mayor Dyer, if I might ask a procedural question first before, and I think I know why Mr. Tower is going to make the deferral. I have a question as to what is the procedure for posting public information of a planning item for the council agenda? And I ask this because this item was heard at the Planning Commission on February the 10th. And the posting of the sign, which I saw on January the 15th, with the information was properly followed from what I could ascertain for that meeting. However, on my neighborhood walks, and I walk up and down all the alleyways and half streets and whatnot, because that's just what you do nowadays. On March 10th, there was no sign on this site, and I saw that on the picture there didn't appear to be a sign either on the site, but I don't know when that was taken. And again, on March the 16th, the 21st, and the 23rd, there was no sign on this site. And I even looked on 25th Street just to give them the benefit of the doubt to see if maybe they had set it somewhere else because there's a lot of construction going on there. No sign. It wasn't even leaned up against the side of the house just to show that there was something there. No sign. I even showed Mr. Tower the pictures that I had taken on my phone just to verify. I finally saw the appropriate sign with the date for this meeting of March 29th. Granted, it could have been placed there by March the 23rd, later in the day, but that would still mean that for almost 2 weeks there was nothing showing that there was going to be any kind of a meeting here on this particular site. Unless, of course, the code's been changed and I can be misinformed also. It would be noted that one of these same applicants did not follow the required signage information on a previous application at 2216 A and B on Baltic Avenue this past year, and which you all denied. Not to confuse things today, there was a sign posted for a BZA hearing on this particular site for May the 5th. which is going to ask for variances for front yard, side yard, backyard, yard, lot coverage, landscaping, porch, chimney, and HVAC for proposed single-family dwelling. Just a guess, but one would assume the present dwelling is going to be replaced in the near future, making the site plan that you are looking at today probably null and void. I'm just a little confused where we're going with this one at this time. I'm not going to make any bones. You all have heard me before. I'm very concerned about the impact of STRs on neighborhoods. You've heard from people prior to me, from Bayside to 13th Street, what they're doing to your neighborhoods. They are creating vacant spots. You're losing the breadth and the depth of what your families have created here. Our investments are just as important, if not more so, because we have put our heart, blood, soul, sweat, and tears into making your neighborhood strong. And at the beachfront, that is absolutely critical. You know it, I know it, and we've seen these things happen in our neighborhoods that are not good and healthy for us. You've heard them.
Thank you. Yes.
First and foremost, just out of, I think, etiquette and respect, I just want to acknowledge that Nancy Parker served as a councilwoman on this body for 16 years, and I do appreciate your service, and I think that service should be recognized every time she speaks, just proper etiquette, and I hope we could adapt our etiquette to recognize that. And that's really the only reason I had to pause, because I just want to make sure that Ms. Parker was properly recognized for her past service. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I would like the staff to answer the questions relative to the timing and the signs. This, maybe Mr. Tower wants to remark on that, and I'll yield to Mr. Tower.
No, I have the same. I just want to confirm that, I can also confirm that Ms. Parker sent me photographs taken on those dates as well, and that I have advised the applicant that I would not hear it tonight. I would move to defer it so that it could be properly advertised, assuming that it has not been.
How long would that deferral be, Mr. Tower?
I asked Mr. Tahan that. I assumed to the next voting meeting or beyond a month, either 2 weeks or a month.
I believe Mr. Badon's going to be out of town 2 weeks from now.
I thought, actually, you're right about that. I'm not sure. I don't want to schedule it. He didn't mention that to me when I saw him in the hall, but I did see his letter.
It should be 30 days for the posting of the sign. Again, the posting of the sign is the responsibility, and the maintenance of the sign is the responsibility of the applicant. More than likely, unsure of what happened here, but we are aware of the variance request that was made. Don't know if there was confusion on what sign they should keep up. I can't get into that, but it is 30 days, so they would have to go to the next 2 voting meetings from now.
Well, perhaps by that time we could find out what the proposal is for the property. I assumed it was going to be another unit built probably next, like the ones that are already built next door, but I really didn't get into that.
Based on the Board of Zoning Appeals application that's in the door at this point, the applicant has noted in that paperwork that they plan on utilizing, until they plan on redeveloping the site, the current building as a short-term rental, which is what the request is.
So they are applying for the current building, okay.
Yes.
I have a question before you
Yes, sir.
depart. How does the staff, because obviously I think Mrs. Parker raised a point about as people go towards variances and we as the city take no position as a policy on those requests, which we can, and therefore by our silence infer our consent, when in fact those very variances may undermine the policy outcome that we're after, which is stable neighborhoods. So Mr. Dehaney would like to hear back from the staff before the 5th of May, which would be our input as to whether or not the variances and other variances that may be requested, in fact, would undermine the very policy objectives we have set for that area, and whether or not the city should actually appear at those variance hearings and express our opposition on those issues and the reason why. I would like to have that information. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yep, thank you, Nancy. Mr. Tower.
Move to defer this application till May 5th, is that the date, Bobby? 4th, May 4th. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, open for the vote.
Councilmember Lucci.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse. Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, this application has been deferred.
Okay, moving on to item 6, Albert and Enid Lelouchi for conditional use permit, short-term rental at 528 Vanderbilt Avenue, District 6 Beach.
Brandon Godwin is the attorney for the applicant. Mr. Godwin?
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Brandon Goodwin, and I'm an attorney with Hanger Law, and I represent Albert and Anit Lelouchi in this application for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 528 Vanderbilt Ave in the Croatan neighborhood in the Beach District. I thank you this evening for the opportunity to speak about the Lelouchis, both as citizens of Virginia Beach and as applicants and as caring members of their community and neighborhood. This council, we respectfully ask that this council approve their short-term rental application for a few main reasons. One of those reasons is the Lelouchis are caring and thoughtful members of their community. They care deeply about Croatan and their neighborhood. They have been owners of a property in Croatan for 18 years, and throughout this time have been dedicated and involved members of their community, and they continually show their deep love and appreciation for the Croatan neighborhood and the larger Virginia Beach area. As evidence of their support for the neighborhood, they are participating members of the Civic League and have contributed voluntary contributions to the security fund and have been participating in local cookouts and things of that. These are involved people in the Croatan neighborhood. Before you in their application, they have complied with all the strictly complied with all the regulations and ordinance that the city has passed with regard to short-term rentals. They've even actually gone beyond that. Staff has requested some additional restrictions on the property. For example, one would be to limit rentals on the property instead of 2 per 7-day period, 1 per 7-day period. So they've gone above what actually the city requires in the ordinances and have strived to do that. As you said, Mr. Mayor, each application should be evaluated on the individual and unique circumstances that are before this council. I think in this application, the Lelouchis demonstrate a unique and individual merit to be able to manage and care for their property. The property will be managed by Atkinson Realty, who, as mentioned before, has many short-term rentals in this area and have vast experience in managing short-term rentals and will provide for security and checking for applicants, checking for any leaser or renter who may be, for example, not wanted or warranted. Moving to a second point, to show the concerns the Lelouchis have for their application in the neighborhood, they've actually gone out and addressed many of the concerns addressed at planning. Some of these concerns include parking and traffic in the neighborhood. For example, the property has 4 parking spots. This 4-bedroom property actually has 4 parking spots and an extra garage. It goes beyond, again, what the regulations in the ordinance requires. No matter that, the Lelouchis have gone throughout their neighborhood and spoken with those who oppose and those in favor. And when you look at planning, I have a list for you of all the people who've written in support. In just Vanderbilt, the street, 519 Vanderbilt has spoken in support, 620 has written in support, 622 has written in support, 720 has written in support. And on the Surfside Street, we have 516 has written in support, 608 has written in support, and 720 has written in support. These are showing that many members of the community support the Lelouchis as individual applicants. This goes beyond just the short-term rental debate that I know is a fiery issue in the city, but the Lelouchis are qualified and caring people and members of the community. And these letters of support demonstrate not only their approval of short-term rentals, but their approval of the Lelouchis as citizens of this community. It's noted in your packet on the front page that there was only 1 speaker in opposition and 6 speakers in support of this request at planning. This just shows to demonstrate the care and compassion that the Lelouchis have for both their home and for the neighborhood. When you look at the staff application as well, you see that staff approves it because the Lelouchis are, on your packet, it says reasonably met, can be reasonably met by the applicant, and they can today. As a final note, there's been many concerns about, expressed by one citizen in particular that spoke at planning briefly about management of the property and care of the property and making sure that appropriate people are vetted on the property. The Lelouchis have taken and gone beyond that, saying they've limited to only people 25 and older renting from the property and are open to any reasonable restrictions. This council has the power to grant an application and impose reasonable restrictions if they feel that these are a burden. And we're happy to entertain any request that the council has for additional regulations on the property in order to grant the application. So, council, just to summarize and conclude, the Lelouchis are dedicated members of this community. They care deeply for their property. They've lived in Croatan 18 years and have had this property. It's been a summer home and a second home, I'll bet, but they are deeply caring for this community. They participate extensively in the Civic League and participate extensively in their community. And they've also, today we're just asking for fair and equal treatment. Just as a final note, there's been a property, and you see in your application, actually kitty corner to the property. That's actually been approved by City Council. That's June the 9th. And I know Councilman Berlucci highlighted on a previous application that a denial so close caused him concern. But this is the exact inverse of that situation, where we have an approval right next door to this property, and that should support the applicant here. They're asking for fair and equal treatment. City Council's approved this just 7 and 8 months before, and they're just asking for fair and equal treatment for the council. And I know Mr. Tower also stated that we should apply the regulations as they stand today. And as they stand today, the Lelouchis have met those requirements, met those restrictions, and even gone above those restrictions, as I've highlighted. And for these reasons, we should grant, or I would respectfully request City Council grant this application.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Annette Lelouchi. And after Ms. Lelouchi is Mr. Albert Lelouchi.
Joe and Joni.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished council members. Thank you for listening here in our application tonight. I don't have much to say. I think Brandon said everything better and more clearer than I can say it. I just hope you are going to consider our application and are going to approve it. It has been an incredible process for us because we have been in Croatan for 18 years, but during this process, I found so many wonderful neighbors that we didn't know before that showed their support and offered and volunteered their support for us as people based on our character and based on the principle that it is probably our right to do what we are setting to do with this property as long as we follow the rules of law. So I am very grateful to all the support that we have had from the neighborhood and from other people that I have been able to meet during this long process. And I hope you are going to approve our application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Albert Lelouchi. And after Mr. Lelouchi will be Paige Mieres.
Welcome, sir.
Distinguished members of the council, thank you again for your attention to our application and the consideration to our request for STR. I also won't go into lengthy discussions about the merits of our applications. It's in front of you. Our council summarized our case. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points so that you can see us as the human face of STRs, not necessarily some distant, remote investors that are into this for money, right? I mean, Croatan has been our home since 2003, and Back then, when we were in the market to find a beach property vacation house for our family with 2 young children, we looked pretty much all the beaches in mid-Atlantic, from Delaware all the way to North Carolina. And we settled in Croatan, and we never have looked back for a second. And we put our money where our mouth is, and that's why we doubled down and purchased our second property 7 months ago. In Croatan, just because we love the neighborhood and we love the spirit, not just of Croatan, but of Virginia Beach as a community. We have introduced Croatan to family and friends who have visited us, have shared our home with us. A number of them, perhaps some of them will speak later today, have actually purchased properties in Croatan and in Virginia Beach, contributing to the growth and the economic prosperity of our city, of our great city. And then the last point is we raised our children in Croatan. Essentially, we taught our children to ride their bikes on Vanderbilt Avenue. We took them to the 4th of July Croatan party with the big fireworks that go on every 4th of July. We took them every August at the National Night Out Day, celebrating our police officers and firefighters. So I started, and I'm concluding my notes by saying Croatan is really our neighborhood and our home. And I'm saying this as much to you, distinguished members of the council, as much as I say it to my neighbors. Some of them are listening today now. Some of them will probably see these comments in the recorded session. We are here to support the spirit of Croatan and the neighborhoods that we live in. And that's all I had, and thank you for your
very much, sir.
The next speaker is Paige Mieres. And after Mrs. Mieres is John Manarino.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Paige Miares. I'm the principal broker of Atkinson Realty. I'm here to speak in favor of the Lelushi's application, and in turn, in my application. As I too am here asking you to approve my management agreement for my going concern. Atkinson Realty has been bringing people to Virginia Beach for over 80 years, committed to helping make this a world-class tourist destination. A third-generation woman-owned family business that's existed in Virginia Beach before it was a city. A business that employs 6 people to manage our homes, a business that has tirelessly sold Virginia Beach to its clients, spent advertising dollars up and down the coast to draw people to our beautiful beaches. We take a lot of pride in our business, and many of you have echoed those sentiments. You're all mostly familiar with the laundry list of services we provide to our properties to keep them well-maintained and a source of pride in the neighborhoods in which they sit. Our properties don't have problems. You know we have extra Saturday trash pickup. You know we have staff 24/7 to respond if something does come up, but what that usually looks like is the Wi-Fi is not working or they can't figure out the TV remotes. You're aware that the mainstay of our model is weekly rentals, and you know that we know what we're doing and we don't get complaints. This is an excellent application submitted by excellent citizens, the Lelushis, responsible in all they do. I know because we currently manage another property for them and have for years. The application, as Mr. Goodwin has gone through, checks all the boxes, all of them, and Mr. Goodwin has said it deserves a fair hearing on its merits, not on possible conspiracy theories that might happen. So why wouldn't you approve this application? Is it because it's in Croatan? Is it? One story you may hear tonight from one of the neighbors is an incident that happened over a decade ago. And there's something very important you should glean from this story. It supports the history, the makeup, and the fabric of this neighborhood that has always had short-term rentals. From the beginning of its origin, and I have the records, vacation rentals have always been in Croatan. It's a beach spot. Surfers and local citizens love to hang out there in the summer, and yes, travelers like to take family vacations there. Some will say there are too many STRs in Croatan, but just this year, and please pay attention, just this year, we have 3 properties that are no longer renting this summer. We have another one that this summer will be their last summer renting. That's a net negative of 4 properties. We are asking for 1 property to replace the 4 that are gone. 1 for 4. 1 for 4. Please give this family a fair hearing. Do the right thing. Please approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Manarione. Thank you, I'm sorry. And then will be Ms. Messner.
I've been in several meetings with Paige. She's not afraid to say what's on her mind.
Good evening.
Members of council, good evening. My name is John Manarino. I reside at 525 Vanderbilt Avenue. I'm diagonally across from this property. Look, I understand the Lelouchis are sincere people. I understand they want to manage the property very well, but I'm opposed to this application because it's another short-term rental in Croatan. Now, I also noticed that it was mentioned that the owners of 519, who are new owners, supported this application. Well, I'm not going to question their motives, but I can suspect that at some point in time they're going to want to rent their property. That property is next to my property. 519, I've lived next to for 7 years, and for 7 years I've endured renter after renter, short-term, long-term, seasonal, and it has not been a pleasant experience. So the fact that we have short-term rentals in Croatan doesn't mean it's the right thing, because Croatan is not going to be an overlay district, although some would indicate that they would want it to be an overlay district. So we're setting a precedent here by allowing short-term rentals to start to propagate within Croatan. And you also know that council, the recommendation from the Planning Council was to deny this application 9-1. That's because my neighbors spoke as well as myself against this application, not for any personal reasons, but because it's changing the nature of Croatan as a residential neighborhood. Folks that are investors are putting money into these properties so they can reap rewards from renters during the peak season at what I would consider ridiculous rental rates. Yes, it's a family beach, but you have clearly told us as council that we are a residential neighborhood, we are not a tourist district, we are not a resort district. To the tune of $25 million that you put into sand that went on the main beaches and not one grain came to Croatan, we're still concerned about the condition of the beach. So this is going to exacerbate the conditions within the neighborhood, which has a one-in, one-out road, which is at the end of the grid, which Vanderbilt itself has limited parking on it, but that parking also disrupts trash day, mail, and of course, folks that cruise it to go find a parking space to go to the beach, even though there's a 300-odd parking space lot all the way at the opposite end next to Pendleton. So what I'm asking the council is to consider what the Planning Commission has already recommended, which is denial of this property, to consider the conditions in Croatan that are not conducive to short-term rentals. And oh, by the way, several months ago, we had gunfire in Croatan. Gunfire in Croatan. The perpetrators were captured, but yet 4 shots were fired. Lord knows where those shots went. So the conditions in Croatan are still, this is a residential neighborhood. So the other thing I'm going to ask you is why, if everyone loves this neighborhood so much and has a great deal of respect for the neighbors, would they go to change the characteristic of the neighborhood by making it more and more short-term rentals? And there are 54 properties currently, according to the Civic League STR committee, that are in some condition of rental, whether they are seasonal, grandfathered, or even short-term.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner. And after Ms. Messner, we'll go to the WebEx speakers. The first speaker will be Andrea D'Angelo.
Okay. Even though y'all don't acknowledge my emails and photos, we had short-term rental meeting at the convention center, and people opposed. We're there, I think that's the one where we're there till 1:30 in the morning. People said how they felt about short-term rentals. Where's the picture of the sign, please? Because I just drove through here and took new pictures in the picture of the sign. Okay, the orange sign, the permit sign. I don't see the permit sign. Anyway, when I took pictures, it was all the way back I had to park across the street to take pictures and zoom in, and you have one of those white things at the bottom. This is absolutely insane what you're doing. Plus, you know, they've been patient with y'all. You've been pumping the sand back the other way, and a lot of people can't sell the house because there is no beach there. And the only parking is Surfside, so people who have overflow cars can use these spots, just like they did at 47th Street. You take over all the spots for the people who live there. They park their cars, and then they have their company come in their driveway. Croatan also, I believe this is very important. Paige Mayers, her husband works for the law firm, the lawyer that spoke. I mean, how much is enough? I mean, you know, they own too much, and it's pure greed. Sorry, but you know, nobody can afford to rent even 6 months or a year, which Atkinson used to be, you know, 6 months, and a lot of the teachers and people would rent there in the summer. But they have the Atkinson Blue, which is Sandbridge. And I think there's a major conflict because the resort industry funds most of council. And a lot of these people come here for all these, some of these people come to stay here and, like, some of the parking, there was, what do you call them? The travel trailers that take up 2 or 3 parking spaces. You have buses that take up 2 or 3 parking spaces at the beach. And they're staying, 2 people I talked to, you know, they took up 4 or 5 spaces, and there's no place for them to park.
Mesner. Thank you.
Okay.
The next speaker is via WebEx, Andrea D'Angelo. Ms. D'Angelo, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me time to speak tonight. My name is Andrea D'Angelo, and I'm a new homeowner in Croatan. We bought our property in October of 2020 after several years of renting in the neighborhood, and we bought because we loved the neighborhood. We live directly across the street from this property, and we are in full support of Mr. and Mrs. Lelushi's application for a cup for this property. The home is beautiful, and I'm sure it will be well tended. We knew that STRs were in this neighborhood, and we have no problem with allowing them as long as the tenants follow the rules in existence, and there are quite a few rules. As there is a public parking lot and a beach in our neighborhood already, I fail to see how having tenants who pay rent and spend money in our local economy pose any sort of threat to the harmony of the neighborhood. People just want to be able to enjoy the beach with their families. Please don't let the voices of a few become the rules for everyone else. While I realize that some areas have had problems, it doesn't seem fair to punish those who have followed the letter of the law. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
The next speaker via WebEx is Claire Yoder, and then after Ms. Yoder is going to be Elaine Feckety. Ms. Yoder, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Yoder. I live at 624 South Atlantic. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay, sorry. I live at 624 South Atlantic Avenue in Croatan. I am in favor of the Lelushi's application for the following reasons. I believe short-term rentals have a place in areas that are located within walking distance of the beach. And that would be, in my opinion, you know, from the north end on down to Croatan and Sandbridge. As you know, they are already permitted by right in Sandbridge. I do understand, because I've lived here for 15 years, that Croatan is a residential area and mainly occupied by people, you know, year round. I have several friends that need to short-term rent to be able to afford the luxury of having a beach house and having their families come in and visit. They're not testifying, they're not able to speak. You know, there are quite a few people who short-term rent very nicely and have been grandfathered. I can name 4 offhand, but they're not speaking at this meeting, and probably, maybe they wrote letters, but basically, I like to have short-term rental opportunities in this area. I've used them for my own family. If they visit and I don't have room, or I just don't care to share my house with them. But I think there can be too many, and I think there can be bad ones. I think this process that the city council put in place just barely a couple of years ago is a good one. It allows case-by-case determination. And in this instance, I think this is a good case to grant the application, and also to have us move forward to make sure that illegal or people who don't seek an application, we have quite a few of those still operating, and they will continue to operate. Whether this application is granted or not, others are going to pop up. And I think if we can have a good process in place, allow good people like the Lelouchis to rent their places out, manage it. If there's a problem, we know what to do about it. We have things in place. We'll be better able to keep operators who don't seek a permit from operating here. So this is a chance and an opportunity to get a good candidate, a good responsible homeowner to short-term rent. I know the Lelouchis enjoy visiting here with their children and spend quite a bit of time here. And to me, they are neighbors, and they should have this opportunity to, get some income from.
Next speaker via WebEx is Elaine Feckety. If you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds, and after Ms. Feckety will be Jan Perillo. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Elaine Feckety, and although I live in Sandbridge, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my dear friend Enid Lelouchi in her application for a conditional use permit in Croatan. Enid and her husband and family are a remarkable example of naturalized citizens who have come to this country and achieved much in their pursuit of the American dream. Albert has worked in IT for the U.S. Defense and National Security Department, as well as served as an interpreter for many U.S. presidents and dignitaries. That alone demonstrates an incredibly high level of responsibility and trust, in my opinion. The Lelouchis began vacationing in Virginia Beach in the 90s, and after spending summers here, they bought a home in Croatan as their second home in 2003. They raised their kids here. They became involved in the community. As you've heard, their son even did a science project using information and working with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding beach erosion. Virginia Beach is their American dream, and Croatan specifically is their home, their future retirement destination home. They have always enjoyed and respected the mix of yearly and summer residents in Croatan. Like you've heard, they're members of the Civic League. They pay into the security fund. They have many friends there. Enid has also seen how we are able to coexist in Sandbridge with year-round residents and renters. My home's on a cul-de-sac street of about 50 homes, only about 6 of which are short-term rentals. That's no different than Croatan. In 2020, knowing they were definitely going to retire in Croatan, they purchased a different home, their American dream home. Their new home had not been a rental, so it wasn't grandfathered. They still have not rented it. They have fully complied with all the conditions of the CUP application. The only disturbance they've had on their property is when they were confronted by Mrs. Messner, who accused them of renting it when they were only letting their niece live there. They have invested in many upgrades to the home, which sat on the market for quite some time due to its condition. Yet the Planning Commission decided to deny the conditional use permit based purely on what they see in the future as the fact that there will be no overlay in Croatan. I also find it disturbing that last week, Mr. Tower was lamenting about the erosion of the beach at Croatan, and several have mentioned it tonight. Everybody wants the beach and the sand replenishment, but no one wants the tax revenue that could help pay for that beach and sand replenishment. This not in my backyard and false narrative regarding short-term rentals that they're all party houses has got to stop, especially in neighborhoods like these. Vote as the ordinance stands now, not on how you hope it will be in the future.
The next speaker is Jan Perillo. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, please, before beginning. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Jan Periello. My husband and I live on South Atlantic Avenue in Croatown. I am a member of the Civic League's STR committee and am here this evening seeking the denial of an application for this property. The president of our Civic League, on behalf of the Board of Directors, has already taken a position of denial for this application. Croatown is becoming saturated with STRs because of investors. The owners of 528 Vanderbilt, who live in Northern Virginia, stated in their application that this property would be their second home and retirement home, when in fact it will be their second house in Croatown, which to me suggests investors. They failed to mention that they already own 400 Vanderbilt. Both properties, according to the neighbors, have been rented as an STR prior to filing an application for a CUP. Owners who have already operated without a permit should not now have their applications approved. Vanderbilt Avenue is a densely populated street and is the access street to the city parking lot at the end of Vanderbilt. During season, it is full of traffic and congestion, bumper to bumper, with our resident owners having great difficulty with ingress and egress to the driveways. Adding another SPR and 4 more cars plus guests will only compound the problem. This house tightly fits 4 cars without exceeding the apron, and there is no room for guest parking. There is no parking on Vanderbilt except for a few areas of parking for the surfers between the hours of 9:30 to 7 p.m. I genuinely believe that their guests will be using these spaces and far beyond the time limits. These are our homes, by a neighborhood where our children deserve to be safe while playing, biking, and skateboarding. To be able to sleep without being subjected to inebriated strangers roaming through their yard, loud noise, and filthy language way into the night. The city has left us helpless to control the party and event houses, one of which led to gunfire over the Thanksgiving holiday. The burden of trying to protect our right to quiet enjoyment of our homes should not be our burden. We ask the city to halt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Goodwin, if you'd like to come up for rebuttal.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'd like to highlight the point. I think it came up again and again in the opposition about this investor mentality. As we've heard from the neighbors and friends of the Lelushis, they're not investors. You've heard from Mr. Lelushi directly talk about his kids learning to ride their bikes in Croatown down Vanderbilt Ave and having fond memories of the 4th of July parade. These are concerned citizens of our community. They care deeply about our community. They're not some offshore investor trying to make a quick profit. They care deeply about this community, their home, and the future of Croatown. And it shows that from members of the community who have spoken in favor of them, they've reached out considerably. Also, I think another point, a major point, is Ms. Lelushi and I have extensively looked at these letters of opposition and looked at the opposition of her application. She's the kind of woman and individual who takes pride in her home and takes pride in what her neighbors think about her property and their opposition. She's expressed to me many of their concerns, and they've been addressed even in the parking situations and what I spoke to you about the limit on the limitation of rentals per week. That speaks to Mrs. Lelushi's character as an individual to hear these objections, and I know you know, Mr. Mayor, you spoke previously about this council and their spirit of compromise, and I think Ms. Lelushi exhibits the same level of spirit of compromise with regard to these objections and things of that nature. I want to address quickly on the parking issue. Obviously, the requirements are met by the Lucy's in the application. They have 4 spots. They also have a garage spot that goes above and beyond that. A lot of the parking on the street and traffic issues are from Virginia Beach residents who want to enjoy the Croatan area. These beaches are beautiful, and obviously I can understand people, other areas of Virginia Beach, wanting to come and enjoy them. I don't see a relation to the short-term rental issue beyond that. And anyway, with this property, there's plenty of parking. Just another quick issue. You heard previously from the opposition about the other property at 400. That property is actually grandfathered in. The Lelouchis have sought to upgrade their property. That's a 3-bedroom home, and now this is a 4-bedroom home. They wanted a little bit of space to retire in, and we can all understand having a little bit more space for your final retirement home and having a bigger, nicer property. As well, now they have a long-term tenant in the current property who's a naval officer, and he's also written a letter to planning to exhibit how the kind of people that Lelouchis and also their background on him, exhibiting that they do care and they do care about the restrictions on their property and limiting it to only caring members who do respect the use and enjoyment, the quiet use and enjoyment of other neighbors in the community. I'd just like to finally note for the council that this is exactly the type of application that should be granted. You heard from the neighbors that support the Lelouchis. Many of the applications before you don't have so many neighbors that come and even speak or take the time to come to the meeting. We have 2 applicants who came before you today, both of them speaking. We have the property management company coming to speak about the restrictions and short-term rental on the property. And I respectfully request you grant the application.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Tower again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Well, we've certainly heard that this application really sets forth all the issues that we know we have about short-term rentals. I have spoken at length with Ms. Lelouchi about short-term rental issues. I have spoken at length with Ms. Miyares about it. I'm sorry, I want to apologize to the Lelouchi's counsel for not being able to get back to him. It's just been a busy couple of days. To be consistent, I probably should not support this because I said I thought Croatan had reached the saturation point. But I will say I have become convinced that the Lelouchis are absolutely committed to operating this short-term rental in a way that will keep make the neighbors not, if not proud of the fact that they've got rentals there, at least not be conscious of it. They're highly committed to the neighborhood. They've lived there, spent many, many years there. They know it. I do not think they would risk anything going wrong in any of their properties. And Atkinson's support of that wish, I'm sure, will happen. Again, I have concerns about the saturation level in Croatan. And I know that there's great opposition to this. And I really am, this is a very, very difficult motion for me to make. But I am going to move to approve it because I think one more, at this point, if I had to pick one more to give, it would certainly be to people like the Lelouchis who know the neighborhood, love the neighborhood, and I think will take great care of it.
Do we have a second? Second, Mr. Rouse. Discussion. Yeah, Mr. Moss.
Want to make one comment that has no influence on how I'm going to vote, but just for future people watching. A cap and trade argument is a specious one at best. To say because we lost 4, I should get 1. I'd advise anyone who comes up here again that doesn't add to your credibility. There's no cap and trade policy on short-term rentals, and it's not a legitimate reasoning for someone to either vote for or against. And I don't see us having a cap and trade policy in the future either. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bellucci.
Well, once again, I would just like to take a somewhat different view on the same subject, and I'll try to keep it brief because I know we have a lot more of this meeting to go. But I want to make sure that everyone understands that I'm going to be voting no, but I'm not doing so with prejudice. I think that the Mr. Goodwin and the Lelouchis and those who spoke in favor, and Mrs. Miaris, of course, who I have a lot of respect for, did a wonderful job in presenting their point of view. It's just that I think reasonable people can reach different conclusions about the impact and the compatibility of short-term rentals inside a neighborhood. And I think that's the point that we've come to here. And so for me, maybe I just have a different point of view on the same subject, and I have a concern about the impact that the short-term rentals would have on all neighborhoods, and including Croatan. And so I will be voting no, but I'm doing so with the highest amount of respect and regard for the perspectives that you shared this evening.
Okay, anyone else at this point? Okay, if we can call the roll on the vote.
Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones? No. Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 6 to 4, this application has been approved.
Okay, moving on to planning item number 9. Courtney Rose, trustee of the Rose Family Trust, raised short-term rental at 721 13th Street.
Is she on there?
Mr. Tower, it's in the Beach District.
Mayor, so the applicant was on via WebEx, but we don't see her on any longer. I'm not sure. So Barbara Messner.
Yeah, that's the last one. I think so.
I need to make a statement. Ms. Feckety, who has spoken against the Sandbridge people who were fighting the short-term rentals and who has interrupted me at many meetings before, I spoke to the homeowners who didn't disclose that they were going to do short-term rentals when I was helping a friend who was fighting a short-term rental that was adjacent to her property and doing research because she was out of town and she didn't get the notice in time. So she wasn't there, and I don't know what secondhand information, but at the time they, I was making notes like Atkinson. They rent a property, on the corner of Surfside and Ocean, whatever it is. Anyway, they overflow the grass. They park in the grass. You have pictures. Just because, they have the social magazines and they hire our police to patrol their neighborhood. As if our police have nothing better to do than to be hired to patrol Croatan. Okay, Courtney Rose, 13th Street, 700 block of 13th Street. I believe this is the Shadow Lawn area. And as, some of the opponents, the Civic League, who voted against this, this does not help our neighborhood. People can, if they, they can sell their house, they can rent it year-round. If you can't take care of it year-round, then you shouldn't be renting it to anyone, let alone having short-term people come here. Like I said, a lot of people don't even know about this. And when you showed the picture of the Croatan house, you didn't show a picture of the sign because the sign wasn't visible. It's not even visible in there. And, okay. It's almost useless, the occasional token votes that don't count. You're all liable for everything. You're liable for what went on. We don't even know if any of these people that caused all the mayhem, and at least 2 people, were killed, if they were in any short-term
Thank
rentals.
you very much, Ms. Mesner.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Lee. Ms. Lee, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Hi, can you hear me?
And please continue.
My name is Jennifer Lee and I live at 725 13th Street. I am opposed and concerned about the short-term rental next door to my home. I am concerned that the short-term rental could potentially be rented out to 3 sets of strangers if it is rented by the room and not as an entire house. I am concerned that the short-term renters will stay past 11 p.m. and who will control this type of violation. I'm concerned that the recommended conditions call for building another driveway for a 3rd car. This means tearing down all the shrub dividers that are there now, which create a great barrier and privacy wall. I am concerned because of potential noise, litter, safety, and crime issues. This house is 1,300 square feet, very small for 6 people. My husband and I are retiring here and concerned about retiring next to a short-term rental. This neighborhood is mostly residential and we like it that way. That's why we bought here. This is a family and child-oriented neighborhood, and it is a worry to have strangers coming and going in a neighborhood that is just starting to get back on its feet and move forward in a positive way. There used to be numerous noise violations in this neighborhood, but thanks to the diligence of the surrounding new families alerting the police, it has almost stopped. Young families don't want to hear loud music and partying late at night. I am also concerned that this will affect my property value. I'm concerned that you are approving these short-term rentals in the Vibe district because of wanting to generate revenue and income for the businesses and not putting the best interests of the residents first. My family and neighbors contribute to the neighborhood in so many ways. We have a sense of community. Every year, my family and a few neighbors walk around our block and pick up trash because there's a lot of it. As neighbors that know each other, we borrow from each other. And this sounds corny, but we borrow milk, coffee, butter. We give rides to each other. We pick up our children after school from sports when a parent's stuck at work. With short-term rentals, we will lose this sense of community. Please don't do this to us. Thank you.
The applicant Courtney Rose is now on via WebEx. Ms. Rose, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, you may begin.
Sure. This is actually Chris Rose, Courtney's husband. Ours is pretty simple, and I respect kind of what everybody said. So we are parents of 2 young kids. I'm from California. My wife is from Virginia Beach. Her parents live there, Ocean Lakes High School. We desire to be able to come out and spend a month a year with my parents out in California. And we want to do short-term rental during that period, during the summer when our kids are out of school. So that's why we're applying for short-term rental. We very much care about the Virginia Beach community. As I mentioned, my wife is from there as well, our in-laws and everything. And this is not a full-time investment property or anything like that. This is hey, we want to be able to come out and spend time with my family on the other coast for periods of the year. And in order to do that, we need to kind of maintain some sort of level of income or be able to rent it out. And I should mention that we both ended up in the area. We're both Marine Corps veterans and have reserve duties at Fort Story in the area.
Okay, that's it. Any other speakers?
Could I ask Mr. Rose a question?
Yes, please.
Mr. Rose, this is Guy Tower. What plans do you have for managing the short-term rentals?
Mr. Rose, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Sure. So like I said, my father-in-law and mother-in-law and my sister-in-law and brother-in-law are both in the area. And so our father-in-law would be, I mean, we have cleaners for our house in general. We have a handyman in general. Like I said, it's our primary residence is the purpose of it. But when we were gone for that month, 6 weeks in the summer, it would be my father-in-law and the same folks that we use to maintain our house. The other thing that I should say is the parking situation. We're planning on adding a parking spot anyways to take care of a work truck. So that's kind of we'll be moving forward with that, and that's already been contracted, not for the short-term rental purposes, although it does align, but in order to park a work truck.
Mr. Rose, this is Guy Tower again. Could you comment further about the management of the short-term rental in terms of who exactly will be vetting the proposed tenants?
Mr. Rose, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Sure, it'll be us. I mean, this is our house, right? We want to take care of it, and it's the house that our two kids are in. So we won't be letting anybody in there that's going to trash our house. Like I said, it's our primary residence. But then we also will, even if, during those 4 to 6 weeks, even if we are gone, we have the folks in town that will also be checking up to make sure that it's, even if we made a mistake in vetting, that if anything's going on that shouldn't be, it's our house. So.
Okay.
That's all the speakers, sir.
All right. Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move for approval. The Planning Commission approved this unanimously, I believe, and I think it's a reasonable approval in a neighborhood that is not overcrowded with short-term rentals, and I think they'll do just fine.
Okay, motion and a second. Set motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bellucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones? No. Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 4 to 6, this application has been denied.
Okay, moving on to the next one. The last planning item is number 10, Patrick and Patricia Hall, Revocable Living Trust for continued use permit, short-term rental at 947 Indian Circle, District 6, the beach.
Mr. Hall is the applicant, and he is participating via WebEx. Mr. Hall, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
I'm Richard Hall, and we own the townhouse at 947 Indian Circle. We live in Florida, and last summer we purchased the townhouse to have a place to stay when we visit our daughter Katie, our son-in-law Jake, and our new grandson Zeke. We bought in this neighborhood because short-term rentals were permitted, and having some rental income would make it more manageable for us to have a second home. We submitted our application for the short-term rental last December. Katie and Jake live 2 blocks away from our townhouse, and Jake will be the manager and approve and watch over all of our renters. Included in our application are 2 signed letters from the neighbors on either side of us. The letters state that they have no problem with us renting our townhouse as a short-term rental. Both neighbors know Katie and Jake and have their phone numbers, so they can be contacted and could respond within minutes if the need ever arose. Our townhouse is a 3-bedroom, and included in the application was a drawing showing the parking layout. And this is the reason that the planning people denied our application, but please listen to this. Our parking shows that there's 2 cars parked side by side, perpendicular to the curb, and a third car parked behind the 2, and this one parallel to the curb. There's not the recommended 22-foot space for the third car, but there is adequate room to park if it's ever needed. And I know for a fact that in the past, you have approved at least one other application for the short-term rental, which included a parking plan similar to our plan, which also did not have the recommended 22-foot space for the third car. Therefore, in all fairness, you should approve our parking plan also. And there is a lot of additional parking also, and let me explain. Within about 50 feet of our property, there starts a large landscaped island right in the middle of Indian Circle. And this is a curved island, and it offers a lot of parking all around the side. And then about 200 feet away from the end of our street, at the end of Indian Circle, there's a large vacant lot which offers additional parking along its curb. But in addition to this, we plan to advertise and rent our townhouse as a 2-bedroom rental. Katie and Jake, who live 2 blocks away, own a 2-bedroom townhouse, and they don't have enough storage room and are already using our 3rd bedroom for storage. So we've decided to add a lock on the door of our 3rd bedroom, and our townhouse will be advertised and rented as a 2-bedroom unit. And if you like, if it would be help you, it would be acceptable to us if you would include a stipulation in our short-term permit that our townhouse can only be rented as a 2-bedroom unit. We don't want large groups renting our townhouse, and we'll be very fussy who we do rent to because this is our second home, and we want it to be kept nice for our use. And I'm confident that Katie and Jake will see to it that the renters will be careful, quiet, and considerate of the neighbors. And there's already a lot of rentals in our neighborhood, and there's at least 1 unit across the street from us that's already permitted as a short-term rental. And I believe there's at least 1 or 2 on the next street over that are also short-term rentals. So I feel there's no reason for you not to approve us for a short-term rental. And I'm asking you to consider the information that I've just given you, and please be fair in your decision. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Barbara Messner.
Okay. Can I see the other pictures, please? Okay, right there. And is there a picture with the sign? The permit sign? I don't see the permit sign. We don't know if this has been rented. You didn't ask if this had been rented before. And there was a city employee. There's been a lot of problems in this area. And there was a city employee, he couldn't even rest at night because of the loud noise. You have no idea who's going to be renting. You know, after the fact is a little bit late. As a matter of fact, some of the parking that was put in on Norfolk Avenue was used by the brewery. You know, they use that parking. So there really isn't a lot of parking for the neighbors. And some of those places that were approved, they were buying passes. You give passes to people who work in the neighborhood. There's nonstop working. I lived here when we had, Atlantic and Pacific paved every year, clean, paved. All these huge trucks in construction are just nonstop. So, this falls into the same thing as the other people who've spoken many times. We shouldn't be turning our neighborhoods into commercial venues. And they were talking about, wanting to have a work truck there. I mean, this is insane. You've destroyed our city, all of you.
Mr. Hall, if you would like to rebut, you have 3 minutes.
The sign is up.
Yes, there's no work truck at our townhouse. I don't know what she's referring to. And the sign is in place. I don't know, that may be an old picture that shows right now.
It has been in place since the very beginning.
And this is not going to be a full-time rental. This is our second house.
In summer months.
And the only time it would be rented would be in the summer months. And our manager will be within 2 blocks of the place. And certainly, he's my son-in-law. He's going to make sure that he does it as we want it done. And I can't see that we're going to have any problem. And both of our neighbors approve of it. They have Katie and Jake's phone numbers, so if there is any question, they can call Katie and Jake, and they would be there right away.
And there's not been one letter.
We have not had anybody oppose it. And there's certainly adequate parking, and especially since we're only going to rent 2 bedrooms.
Speakers?
No other speakers, sir.
Mr. Tower.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Tahan? Mr. Tahan, tell me about the 3rd bedroom issue. I understand the city assessor that says it's 3 bedrooms is 3 bedrooms, and that's it. Are we able? What enforcement issues would you have in terms of the promise to rent only 2 bedrooms in a 3-bedroom house?
It runs across, it makes it very difficult for enforcement staff to relay this information to other folks. It's what we have, if people were proposing to do this change, to change it from the number of bedrooms, we would request that it be done in a way that could be tracked easily through the real estate records that show how many bedrooms there are. Someone purchasing a residence, although they need to do their due diligence, their thought is if they have 3 bedrooms, they can rent out 3 bedrooms. So it would have to be something that would be changed for us in order to recognize that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the Halls. I think they're great folks, and I have no reason to oppose them, except that I don't think we have any ability to enforce using less than the full house, and so I'm going to move to deny.
Do we have a second? Okay. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Rouse.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the motion to deny.
Motion to deny. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones? Aye. Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 0, this application has been denied.
Okay, at this point, we're moving on to unfinished business. Mr. Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an item of unfinished business that I mentioned earlier under council concerns, and it deals with the Cavalier Lawn and the allowed, or seems to be allowed, approval of a prior violation up until this point of our scenic easement on that property. I would ask the council's indulgence, rather than reading all 12 questions and the answers into the record, that I just be able to focus on a few and then submit it as if I asked all the questions but I'm happy to read them all and answer them all if that is not agreeable. But assuming that hearing no dissent, I'd like to do that. But I would like to preface at first how we got here. When we last met, we left with questions still to be answered, and council members wanted to go and look at the property and see it for themselves. I took away, wrongfully so, that we were going to come back and have another discussion as a body on the issue and provide direction as a body or guidance to the body, to the city manager as a body as to how we wanted to approach it. I took that conclusion because, as we all know, the city manager could have made this decision and told us after the fact. But he came to us and asked for what we thought. Well, what we think individually doesn't mean much, because we have a council manager form of government. Only council as a body can provide guidance. Well, he sent us an email, which we all got, saying that he had heard from a majority. He didn't say the number. He just said the majority, but he didn't specify who, by what, and when. And based upon that individual feedback, not feedback as a body, he had planned to approve it post this meeting tonight. Well, we got that notice on a Friday, which precluded any council member from adding something to the agenda by which we could formally provide at least formal direction. So obviously, we've been denied that opportunity, but maybe my expectation of the courtesy that we would be extended was wrong. But I do want to come back. That's a later question I'll come to, because in the end, what my answer is tonight, I just want for the people who think we should approve it to just say who they are, because the manager would not identify who told them who that was. And I think the public needs to know which majority of this body thought that that violation should be condoned, and no atonement and no financial penalty and no consequences should be incurred by Cavalier Associates. I just think the public needs to know that. But let's just come back and look, please. This is a real serious issue. I do appreciate your support, but I really just want to focus on the actual issues at hand. So, did Cavalier Associates comply with all the terms, conditions, and requirements to begin the modification of the baseline property covered by the scenic agreement before commencing the work that the city's agent at the time of his or her initial inspection of the Cavalier lawn, 5 February? The answer, no. They were required per the terms of the easement to obtain the city's approval to the commencement of any permanent changes. They did not. That's the city's authoritative answer. Then I went on to ask that how much did we pay? Because a lot of people don't realize how much we paid. $2,370,000 we paid from Open Space Project for someone who signed an agreement, who said and put all these terms and conditions which they did not comply with. So this is a very sophisticated organization. So who is that? Those people are Bruce Thompson, the executive director, John R. Lawson, the executive director, Kelly Dassinger, the secretary, and Brian Carson, the chief financial officer. He's the one that actually took our money. So you have to ask yourself, should this go no public atonement, no compensation? And then I went on to say, if City Council were to require Cavalier Associates to restore the Cavalier lawn to its baseline condition, that's the condition in the agreement which they were legally obligated to maintain, under the scenic easement, please specify the explicit wording of the agreement. And it says, Section 7 of the deed green space easement provides remedy breach as follows, quote, upon breach of any provision of this easement, the grantee may pursue all available legal remedies, including injunction and specific performance to prevent or seek a remedy for such violations. But you have to ask yourself, why did a majority here, someone, say we weren't going to hold them accountable? If you had an employee working for you, Mr. City Manager, and he knows we have a leave policy, so he has entitlement to leave, they had an entitlement to make a request. They just didn't make it. And they went off on leave, and you say, well, where's Joe today? Or where's Sue today? And say, oh, I think they went to Florida. You're going to call them and say, oh, I'm so sorry you took leave without authorization. No problem. Just come back. You get a bonus. You get to make more money. That doesn't happen. We hold people accountable. We hold our children accountable. We are held accountable, but here you get a free pass. Now, in all fairness, the manager did provide us a letter of all the things they're going to do in the future. But all those future things, guess what, are already the things they should have done under the agreement. That is not any kind of public atonement. That's no admission that they did something wrong. It's just that, oh, you get a pass. And if you look at the comments that I've received on my Facebook, you can see many people who are both developers and private citizens who've done things and didn't get the kind of treatment. So no wonder people think we have two standards at City Hall. One for the oligarchs and the special privilege, and one for everyone else. This is a classic example that validates and entrenches that stereotype because we didn't stand up for the taxpayers' agreement, the taxpayers' money, and we just said, oh, it's not that big a deal. We would have approved it had we known. Probably true, but we didn't know, and we weren't asked. We were taken for granted, and if we don't respect ourselves, we ought to respect the public. So in question 10, this is the one that caused me to be here tonight, Mr. Mayor. I asked the city manager the names of the city council members to include the dates and manner that have informally notified you, the city manager, that they have no objections to allowing the violation of the scenic easement to be retroactively approved by the city manager with no additional accountability imposed on Cavalier Associates. Quote, I will make the members of council aware of your request. So tonight, since only council as a body, and the city manager can unilaterally ask and not use the council as a cover, council majority, and just make it himself, but he didn't do that. He asserted someone up here and gave you credit unanimously. I'm asking for the people who said yes to approve it, just to publicly said, I'm the people that said yes. So that is my question to this body. Who said yes? And the public watching this tonight needs to know who that is.
You know, Mr. Moss, I can speak for myself, and chances are you may not like the response. But what I saw here myself was a problem, not only with this application, is that we do have a council manager form of government. And, you know, the city manager, who I have tremendous amount of respect, I think we all do, has amount of managerial discretion available to him for administrative matters that do not always require a council action. So the question really comes to, did this situation require a council action? But I'm more concerned, John, about the precedent, about council members, anybody, and any city council anywhere, you know, getting down into the, dare I say, into the weeds. Now, I believe in oversight, but I have a problem with micromanaging, to be honest with you. Can I respond? Yeah, can I finish? Okay, then I'll be glad to. This is a conversation, John, we have a difference in philosophy. You saw it one way, a majority of the body saw it another way. And the thing is, I don't think it's fair to put other people on the spot because, once again, I think the latitude, I have 100% confidence that the manager should be able to make a ruling in this and take a corrective action to, you know, fix it in the future. And, you know, that's what I believe.
I totally agree with you, but that is not the path the city manager took. He didn't decide and then send us a memo saying, I reviewed this and I'm approving it. What he said was, I want the guidance from council as to how I should act. So I'm not micromanaging, I'm responding to an invitation that he put in writing. Then he got this input, he didn't have to write a letter back saying, I've gotten all this information, but I'm waiting to see what council has to say at the April 6th meeting. He put that in writing. He again invited the council members to engage him on this issue. That is not micromanagement. I'm happy to put, as a matter of fact, I will put all those memos on Facebook. The public can read them. So,
by all means.
So in this case, I'm not micromanaging. I was invited to provide comment. He's the one that said he had 6 people, or at least 6 people, a majority, that told him that this is what he should do. He invoked all that on his own and invited us to have a discussion this evening. I'm responding to his invitation. I don't disagree one bit that he could have made this decision and then told us. And if a lot of people were unhappy, then he could be a former city manager. But that's not the path we took. I'm just acting on the invitations that he put out, his solicitation for our inputs. The public can judge on our individual. I'm not trying to convince anyone to say no or yes. I'm just trying to find out, since he told us he's acting on what a majority said, who was that majority? He didn't own that decision. He referenced his execution to a direction from individuals, not council as a body, and I think my dissection of the issue is correct.
John, once again, you and I are friends, and sometimes we don't always agree, but a lot of times we do. And the thing is, we all individually as council members talk to the city manager, to city staff, and give us various inputs all the time on a number of reasons. Often not, in total unanimity, but the fact is that we do, and he does solicit from us our opinions on many things. You've had how many budget discussions with various people and everybody? I honestly believe that the manager was aware of the pulse of the council and once again took corrective action that would be going forward to correct this in the future, which was the appropriate response. Now, if we want to have a council action that would codify this, that would be a problem. But as far as I'm concerned, John, I'm just going to be honest with you. We got to be careful about a precedent. We have to allow the city manager that we hire and, the latitude of discretion to make those administrative calls. I think the learning curve is going forward. We have to trust our city manager, and we will eventually hold him accountable, for his actions. Mr. Rouse.
If I could.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For me, I consider this issue closed. I trust the public can hear the dialogue that's taken place here. They can look at the records, and I trust the public is smart enough to recognize what judgment they want to take away from the conversation, because they are the people we're individually accountable to. I'm not asking anyone here to change their mind. I accept where we're at, but the record will reflect how we got here.
Great. Mr. Rouse, Ms. Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to chime in on the process of this. I mean, this is something that was brought up before in our council retreat by way of how we support or oppose legislation. And I think the city manager came to us for direction when there's a direction, when he's asking direction from this body. How do we, what direction do we give him? I think we ran into this exact same thing prior, because there were 6 council members, unbeknown to the rest of the body, who gave him directions to do something. And I think, again, at our council retreat, we barely discussed the process and what's going forward. And so the city manager has full discretion in this particular incident, but he brought it towards council. And council as a body didn't decide, not in a public manner, they decided behind closed doors. And that's an issue. And it places our council, it places our city manager in a position where you have a majority of council giving him direction to do something, where that was brought before us. And so I think, again, it's this process. We're back here at the process. What is the process when something is before this body, and yet we don't take a public opinion or give them public direction? There's 6 phantom members behind, council saying, hey, do this and do that. I mean, this is where we are. So I think we have to improve the process in order to give our city manager direction, especially when he's seeking that direction from us, because it places him in a unwinnable situation, in my opinion. And again, I think it's on us to figure out that process, and it's something I hope we can discuss in the future. But John has a very, very valid point.
I'll tell you what, I think we can make this a governance issue and, discuss it and, get it point in the right direction. Ms. Henley.
Well, we did discuss this last week, and we were discussing it last week in response to a position paper that had been sent to us by Mark Reed with the material and so forth. I have not discussed it since that time, but I came tonight prepared to discuss it in case Mr. Moss brought it up. And in reading this letter from the city manager, he said that he would not take any action toward this direction until after the April 6th city council meeting to allow time for council to discuss this matter further and so forth. So I think he was certainly leaving it wide open if anyone did not approve of this particular action. But what I did do was, and they had sent this before, but I went back and much more carefully read the original easement agreement. And I think it's so important that everyone understand that this was a visual easement. It wasn't an easement which would have allowed the public to have access there. As a matter of fact, the easement reserved to the grantor and its successors and assigns forever the fee title to the green space and instance of ownership thereof, other than this easement, including the right to exclusive use and occupancy of the green space. So the grantor had exclusive use and occupancy of the green space. What the public got for the money that it got that we paid from the open space program was the visual preservation of what the Cavalier lawn looked like from the Pacific Avenue. And that's what had to be maintained. And it said that the grantor, and that's the owner, of course, reserves the full right to use the lawn, including but not limited to use for catered and other events, and to make temporary, not to exceed 14 days, installation of canopies, tents, or similar items for special events on the lawn. So this catering was addressed in the easement and is allowed, and the grantor reserves the right to request permanent changes to the lawn that do not materially affect the visibility of the building from Pacific Avenue, nor compromise listing of the building on the National Register of Historic Places or the Virginia Landmarks Register, and so forth. So that preservation of the historical recognition was critical, and I think Mr. Moss said last week that didn't matter to you, but that was a major part of this easement agreement. And yes, the grantor did make this work that he did without touching base with us first, and he has acknowledged that he was wrong. He has indicated that he missed that step. It says that his oversight was not intentional. He conveyed an apology on behalf of the Cavalier Associates. So what more can we ask than his agreement that, I'm sorry, I missed that point. I'm going to follow all of these stipulations. So I don't know. I think we're probably at a good place at this point. What has been done is to really protect the area, and the catering was allowed in the easement, so that's not anything new. I'm satisfied, and I think the grantor has apologized and said, I'm not going to do it anymore. I overlooked it. It was my mistake, and, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Mr. Tower.
Thank you. First thing I want to say is just to respond to Mr. Moss. I was not one of the 6 people who contacted that. I want to make it clear. I represent the Beach District. This property is within the Beach District. A lot of city money was paid for this easement. I was certainly open to adjustment of the use of the lawn space which I believe could be changed and maybe should be since it's being maintained with tents and events on it, so that perhaps a natural grass was simply impossible to maintain under those circumstances. But I just want for the record to say there are structures, above ground structures, that have been constructed in the easement space that are visible. They're very visible from certain angles, and they're certainly visible from Pacific Avenue. They are in this easement space, and I take it extremely seriously that that is a precious right that we bargained for and got, and that I would not necessarily have approved the structure. I think I probably would have. John said, well, would we have approved it anyway? Well, again, I think he was talking about the majority, not necessarily his own view. But just to be clear, in my own view, I might have approved but I'm not at all sure I would have approved the structures. As I sit here today, I have significant concern about structures. I have a significant concern about above-ground structures that are stored in the garage at the Cavalier that I have no idea what they're going to be used for, but my fear is they're going to be put up in that same space, and we'll have additional above-ground structures, additional invasions of the visual effect of the hotel. I mean, if you really want to see what's going on, go to Orion's roof and look down. You can, I mean, it's quite visible from there. This is not an end of the world sort of thing. This is a project that as John says, I think would have been approved, and I might have voted to approve it in the end. I continue, though, to be very concerned about and just ask the city manager to be exceptionally vigilant in maintaining the space, and I think it has to be an affirmative obligation that we are sensitive to what has happened there and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a point. And I've served on council for almost 2 years. And in the time that I've served on council, I have never witnessed this body deliberate or really adjudicate a permitting question. And I don't know if that's the general practice of this body. Well, it's not in the 2 years that I've been here. This city council, this body is a policy-making body. And I think the mayor correctly pointed out that the matter of reviewing permits and potential or real violations of those permits is the responsibility of the city manager and his staff. And so for us to have what I think has amounted not only tonight but previously almost feels like a trial is, I question what the appropriateness of those discussions of this body. And particularly because we have not had the benefit of hearing from either the contractor associated with this or the Cavalier Associates directly. And so that's a point that I think is important to consider, the public consider when we're having this discussion. And it makes me wonder, frankly, if the discussions we're having are related to the violations or supposed violations, or if there's some other factor that's driving those objections.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Yes.
As the city attorney has opined last time we met, my discussions have never once mentioned the permit, because the permit gave no entitlement to act until a request per the agreement had been approved. All my discussions have been focused on the compliance with the agreement, which if you had a permit, great. A permit didn't. I never talked about the permit. You may recall I even mentioned when it was brought up by Councilman Henley that the permit was not even germane, because the permit could not be exercised legally when you had it unless the agreement had been complied with. I've never spoke with the permit process. I've always focused on $2.37 million of the taxpayers' money on an agreement that we, the council, in the name of the people approved, and asking us to uphold the terms and conditions of that agreement. I never addressed permitting whatsoever.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Wooten?
So I just want to say to Mr. Duhaney, I understand that this was a decision that was under your purview. You could have made that decision. However, you brought it to the council for our deliberation and consideration. Thank you for doing that. That speaks volumes for how you are transparent. You didn't have to do that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that you're placed in this position. And as it was already said, it's up to council to decide what the process should be. You did your job. You actually went above and beyond in doing that. And so I appreciate that. But what council needs to do is decide what is the process so that you're not constantly placed in the middle. That's our job. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thanks for the discussion, appreciate it. John, you got something under new business?
Like I always say, that decision's in the past, it's a sunk cost, and I start off fresh. It's like 2 trial lawyers in court.
Mr. Moss, could you turn your microphone on?
That issue is
Thank you.
a sunk cost, and we're moving on to the next issue, and I start off fresh like 2 trial lawyers walking out of the courtroom. What I want to talk about now, because I know we're coming up on some budget hearings, and I know in the past it's always been important that if we're making amendments or suggestions differently, that they get out both to you as the members and also to the public in adequate time so that everybody can hear those, review those, and they're part of the record, and there's no surprises. And that's what I want to talk about briefly this evening. And I have a letter that I'll pass out to all of you that covers all that. And I want to say firsthand, thanks to the openness of Mr. Duhaney's staff, and you're right, Mrs. Wooten, he's just a pleasure to work with, and he's a fantastic city manager, and I've said that many places. And also with Kevin in the budget shop and Dana in the lawyer's office. But what I'm proposing, an alternative, is to reduce, well, I shouldn't say, to take the tax rate to the default lowered rate of 0.9887. I think they bump it up to 0.98, I think, cents. And that would create a bill that we have to pay that's split between the city and the schools. Our share of that, $11.656 million, is 6.2. The schools get the balance. It would take approximately a 1.55% vacancy rate to make that possible. Our historical vacancy rate pre-COVID was between 4% and 5% over decades, and we have vacancy budget before. The additional 4.5, taking us to 2% vacancy rate overall, generates, I think it was $4.8 million, I think it was, for police. If you then go to take a look at our PAYGO, which was $20 million across the 6-year program, and you take that $4 million across, you can end up both able to lower the tax and put about $6.2 million into the police department for pay, competent capital improvements of that nature. It only moves major hourglass things. It doesn't cut any specific thing that's in the operating budget other than the lapse rate, and it does go in the capital improvement program. If public safety is truly our biggest priority, then the capital improvement program should have some source of cash to allow us to do that. I also had some discussion with the city budget director relative to the impact of the cash infusion going to families from the American Rescue Act. Probably 80% of our families, that's 360,000 families, probably qualify for that. If you assumed a family of 4, you're talking $5,600 a family. Times 360 is a $504 million cash infusion into our economy. If you only assumed half of that was spent in transactional revenues, I know Mrs. Henley and Mr. Jones may recall, and maybe Mr. Wood as well, when we when the state increased 0.5 cent of the sales tax that flowed directly to localities, that would be $1.3 million of revenue growth that we currently don't have in the base budget. My only point of mentioning that is the risk factor of the reductions is low. You may also recall last November, we based the budget forecast on less than 3% GDP growth. It's now the consensus estimate of all the mainline economists that we're probably looking at a 6% GDP growth because of the American Rescue Act. So that means our revenue should overperform, and I think if you went out and talked to the local economists around there, they're going to tell you that our baseline revenues are understated. So I think we do have the capacity to get to the lowered rate for the public. I call it the public pay raise de facto, and at the same time have the additional cash revenue to address the needs to structurally increase the pay of our police officers and to pay, if not all, the bill that we heard today. So I'm getting it out ahead. I should review the ordinances tomorrow, and I'll have the city clerk put them out in your packets on Friday, so you'll be able to see the letter in ordinance form, so that obviously as we move towards reconciliation, hopefully we can find a way that city employees can get raises, school board employees can get raises, and the taxpayers in the form of the lowered rate can get an indirect raise, and that everyone can, so to speak, everyone is a winner, and the consensus. And I think that's doable, and that's what my proposal recommends. And thank you for the time.
A sincere thanks for your time and effort, John. Okay. Okay, at this point, anybody else? Okay, we are going to adjourn into open mic. Thank you very much.